Welcome back to Dresden Raceway. I'm your track announcer, Nathan Bain, and look who we dragged back to Dresden Raceway. Robert Reed Jr. with us, and why not? What a big card today, 12 races.
Fantastic card. Excited to be here, Nathan. You know, love Dresden Raceway. First time out here was 2 weeks ago with the family. Came solo today, but 12 races, Prospect Series, OSS Grassroots. Fantastic Canada Day card.
It's kind of like Christmas morning for us, and I love the move to race Monday. Obviously, Clinton had their Legends Day yesterday, which was a great day, and they raised over $61,000. So we kind of thought, position ourselves a little bit better to race on the holiday and Canada Day. So we're happy, and we race a couple holidays during the year, and they're always a big hit. And last I checked, it was really busy out there.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Like, nice crowd turnout already. Track looks fantastic, and excited for a great day of racing.
All right, so we're going to look at the card here. And in the first race, I went to the 4, slaying the day away. And this one's kind of been very tough in the Prospect Series, and you're going the same direction too.
Yeah, I can't go against him. I mean, he's 3 for 3 in the Prospect Series. Was he 6 wins on the season, 0 for 5 last year, but was racing in the Grassroots. I think he is a slam dunk in the opener, but it's still trotters, right? Over a surface that they're not used to.
It's not a tight track, but it's tighter compared to a track like Flamborough, especially the turns are more narrow. So I think that's, if they can get through the turns, it should be clear sailing from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably the most probable winner in the card. But again, young trotters and living at large, I think one's coming into his own. And Copper Eagle, excited to see that one back in action.
Yeah, that was a balanced image last year too. Under race 2, I found this kind of a wide open event to me.
And me as well. I'm going 4 out of 6 in the pick 5 wager. Anyways, I did give the edge to the 5 lineman.
So did I.
I think, you know, he's the one that by all right has the class edge over the field in there, but I do think it's a wide open affair, made all that more interesting by the post.
And Nick is just driving with so much confidence right now too, as well, and he gets along well with the horse. So I did give the edge to Lamina Coconut as well. On to race 3, Trotters. I found it too tough to go against the Boss Man. I mean, his clash just kind of lays right over this field, and you get Garrett Rooney.
Yep, I agree with you. Boss Man, to me, I think he'd have to beat himself in order to lose this race.
It's his race to win or lose.
It is, absolutely. Yeah, but post 5 shouldn't really hurt him too much either, because he's a versatile type. Doesn't need to go to the front. He can grind it out first up, or he can race off cover. So.
And these Steve Boston's Trotters, when they're good, they're good. We've seen with El Toro Loco, that big mile in London this year. So when they're on their A-game, they're on their A-game.
Yeah, absolutely.
On to the 4th race, our first one of 2 OSS Grassroots. Just field of 5, so some kind of horses stayed out, probably because the smaller track, but I did go to the 4, the Can-Am Banker, Tyler Borathon here for Vic Putty, coming off 2 runner-up finishers, and I'm sure one you're probably more familiar with than I am. It's just been racing good this year, over 46,000 made.
Has been a little bit camera shy though, right? 1 for 15 this year, 2 for 19 in his career. Not sure he's going to like the half. That's why I did go with the 1 LMC Mr. Squishy. Now back under the care of Pat Houdon, who's going to be aboard as well. Pole position, I think he might have the edge in here, and he'll probably be the bigger price of the 2, like the Can-Am Banker, but a little bit worried about the half-mile surface here for him, and the fact that he gets a little bit leg-weary late in the mile.
I did go the Can-Am Banker, but if you're playing a pick 5 ticket, I definitely wouldn't be singling anyone in there.
No.
And also no show wagering in the 4th and 6th race. On to race 5, another wide open event for me. But I did kind of go to the 5 Officer Cheese, one that is camera shy, but I thought race was really good in the Mark Austin, was right with right about now in there, and finished a solid 3rd in there. So Officer Cheese, I'm hoping there'll be a little more price, but you did mention something important on Bobby Bonebreaker.
Yeah, I went with him on top. Now, I don't usually pick a 2-year-old against older horses first start, but I did with him. Interestingly enough, had the lead in that qualifier in Mohawk Park, went to the safety lane. Not sure what would have missed. Didn't make a break in stride, just went to the safety lane, fell back a couple of spots, and then was coming on again in the stretch. Again, might be a little green today. He was certainly green in that qualifier.
But Tyler Borthangle, like Tyler drove here for 9 seasons here at Dresden Raceway, and this is kind of one of the tracks where he got to start.
Yeah.
And we know he's a good half-mile driver.
And Greg McNair, right, a homebred for him. I do like Officer Cheese. I'm going too deep in the multi-legs, but I gave the edge to Bobby Bonebreaker.
The only reason I went, I was just kind of worried about the short price on Bobby Bonebreaker.
Yeah, might be. Yeah.
On to race 6. I'm going Tyler Borth here. Jack and Abs. Does have some half mile over Flamborough, and he was 2nd in there.
Yeah.
In that OSS Grassroots race, so gets the rail position, and that should be a better spot, kind of. And one, if he can get through the turns, okay. I don't think there should be a problem for this one.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, he kind of, again, one of those ones that kind of lays over the group, right? Short field, and does have enough tactical speed to push out from the rail. And in these short fields, usually is not tremendous amount of action, right? They're all getting a piece of it.
I think if Tyler's going to be tough to beat on the front.
Oh, absolutely. Always is.
On to the 7th race as we enter the back half of the card. Sweet Jesus is where I went. I just think that she comes back here. She was really good for a streak in London where she even raced in the Open. It'll depend how the trip works out here. She'll have to face the boys, but I wouldn't take a short price.
Yeah, I wouldn't take a short price on her. I do like her chances. Got to pick second. I typically, will give the edge to Colson Geldings, especially in an evenly matched race. I went to the one Real Wicked. Right,
he's just such a classy horse.
Veteran, right? 38 lifetime wins, rail control, versatile type. Probably does his best work off cover, but he can also chop it out if that's the game.
And Rob Doyle coming off driving triple the other night at Hiawatha.
Well, there you go.
So you got to think he's going to be
too.
Coming into here with confidence.
Yeah.
He stables right on the grounds here, so he knows his track better than anyone. On to race 8. What a deep field of 6 here. I was kind of so excited when I seen this race. I went to Doc's Philly Cheese. Why not? He's shown he can do in the preferred level at London. I mean, this is a pretty deep field here in Dresden.
He's got 3 wins, right,
Yeah.
this season in the preferred at London, and I do think this is a pretty solid field of 6. I think he lays over them.
Garrett had a couple options. He did pick over the 5 Big Mock, which is stable. He drives for quite a bit, so he must feel very confident in Doc's Philly
And you look
Cheese.
at who he's been facing, right?
Yeah.
Reactor now, Holly's Treasure, he's a handyman, Ideal Perception, and now this is going to be kind of a refreshing opportunity for him to face a little bit softer, and I think short field, he can kind of do what he wants. So he's a single for me, and
I think he's going to be a single.
Got him pegged as
a
a spot play. Sorry, he's not in a multi-leg wager. I got him
I'm mixed up too. I forgot. Yeah, pick 4 begins in race 9 with 12 races today. That's the only really change. Superfectas in 5 and 12. In the 9th race, I went to the 2 Money on the Beach. I raced really well and kind of gave right about now a run for his money.
Yeah.
So I think if he kind of makes the front, he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, there's my single. I'm starting off the late pick 4 with 2 singles, but Money on the Beach to me, knocking at the door 2 seconds in each of his last 2. Last time out, I thought he did give right about now all he could handle. Now that one did kind of win easy at the end, but he's been racing fantastic. He won the Mark Austin Memorial, so just makes sense to go to Money on the Beach now with that one not being in
And you got to
here.
think that Anthony Hamlin's going to have this one firing all cylinders.
Oh yeah, I think he goes right on down the road.
10th race, one of 2 $8,000 claimers for the boys. I just found it too tough to go against Journalistic. He was just so good in that race last week and was a winner by 5, races for a high percentage barn. And Journalistic's kind of one of those horses he needs to be on the front.
Yeah, he does, and he's streaky too, right? Like when he gets confident and he goes on the lead, usually he swells up. That's what happened last time for him. Some tough starts before that, tough trips anyways, and now I think he's gonna be the boss in here again. Second start off the claim for Cam McQueen, so I couldn't go against him. He's gonna be a real short price. I think we're gonna have 2 chalks to start off the late pick 4.
Yeah, I just think it's too tough to go against Journalistic. On to the 11th race, I was torn between Dark Moves and Paparazzi Hanover. I kind of thought Paparazzi Hanover might have a short price, so I did try the 3 Dark Moves. The only thing scratch sick in the latest, but I'm going with the Garrett Rooney angle here.
Yeah, no, I like it. I mean, class relief too, right? It better draw than Paparazzi Hanover. I think they probably line up as long as Yankee Up's willing to play ball on the inside.
I
He's
think
got speed too.
Why people would be going to Paparazzi, maybe just because the 6 scratch last week with Dark Moves hurts him a bit, but I'm just hoping for more of a price. But you look back at that start end of May in London where he's a winner by 7.
Yeah.
And he's kind of a horse where he needs to be on the front, and that's where he races best. You got to think that's where Garrett's going to have him in play today. But Paparazzi Hanover, just a classy horse, made the bump up in class last week and still raced really good. But you look at the horses he faced in there, Lyman to Coconut, Big Mock.
And he raced well.
Yeah.
And the thing is, too, it's a resurgence for him. I love seeing that. He's 12 years old, 41 lifetime wins. Not what he was at his best in his career, but he's kind of coming back on again.
No, he's come back
and raced really well.
Off a little layoff, and he's been much better since.
Yeah.
Sometimes just freshen them up a bit can be a night and day difference.
Absolutely.
12th and final, so 12 races here today in Dresden. And I did go to the 6th, play like Carrera, 72 morning line. That's not going to stay.
I don't think so, but Post might help us there. Plus, I think this field's got a lot of depth to it. You know what I mean? Like, I always find the finale really tricky here at Dresden, and this is a really good race, full field, and there's a lot of
It's going to be a good race
options
for the Superfecta.
Yeah.
I just think play like Carrera. She won from off the pace last week. The barn's feeling good right now, so the horses are feeding off that confidence. So if she can win off the pace and everything falls into place once again, I think she can get there.
Yeah, and she's got horses that are going to take money. They're all moving up from the
Raising
the
a
lower
Rocket
level.
coming off a win, but up in class. I did use the 3 here, Shea Sealster for second. I just think she's getting a lot of class to the Fear. Obviously, the fast mile last time, but they've been flying in Grand River.
No, I've got her picked for third. I like her chances. She's kind of disappointed me off a couple perfect trips here and there, but you're right. Easier spot, and you get away from that scorching speed.
And
right?
they are taking her off of Lazex today.
Yeah, that might help her chances too. For me, I got that one 6-2-3-1. I give the edge to play like Carrera. She's been so versatile as of late, and really tough. I mean, I didn't think she got there last time. It was a real tight photo. She got up by a head. Any kind of speed to chase, she didn't have that in her latest, and she still got there.
And if it wasn't for the post, I would have put something right up closer. And she's one that's typically better on the bigger track.
Tricky draw for her post.
But if the trip works out, I think she can take a share there. So 12 races on tap. Don't forget Inside Harness Contest, $300 HPI betting voucher up for grabs. To visit InsideHarness.com as well. If you're playing from the States, you'll be eligible for $200 in US dollars. So anyone can play across North America. What a great event. I think we had over 50 people registering last week, so it's taken some time to grow, but I've seen a lot of growth in the last couple of weeks. And who do you got today as your, sorry to put you on the spot, but best bet and spot plays?
Spot play. So my value play is LMC Mr. Squishy, right, in race number 4. I just think he's going to be better value than Can-Am Banker. Unlike his chances in there, spot play is we're going to go to race number 8. And the spot play is Doc's Philly Cheese. Just gets to it. Again, for me, a spot play is a horse that gets to the right spot where he can get back to victory lane.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he's doing in there. Race 9, best bet, the 2 money on the beach. Now, short price, so probably not the best bet for a win ticket. Singled on top of all exotics and singled to start off that late pick 4.
And as soon as we get those driver changes, I know TBA on the 2 in the 1st and Scott Ray on number 2, check with Vivian in the 5th. So as soon as we get those changes, we'll pass them along to you because the pick 5, very important. We get these changes through. And great 12 races. Robert will be with us all afternoon. He'll be going over his pick 5 ticket just before the first race. And this is just a stat card.
It is. No, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to chatting with you all day too, Nathan, about each race after post parade. And should be fantastic.
Should be some good pools. And all right, we'll see you back in just a few minutes. We'll go over the changes. Best of luck with your selection. Should be some long lineups today. So be sure to get your wagers in early. Good afternoon, racing fans, and welcome to Dresden Raceway on Canada Day at the races. I'm track announcer Nathan Bain, getting set here for the O Canada. So please stand if you're able to, and remove your hats. National anthem coming up. Stand by. All right, welcome back. Just 9 minutes away here from the Monday opener, the Holiday Monday Canada Day here at Dresden Raceway. Let's get a look at the changes for today's card of racing. In the first race, driver change on 2. Don't talk about Bruno. Todd Ratchford. Todd Ratchford driving 2. Don't talk about Bruno in the first. Race 2 is clear. Third race is clear as well. Fourth race is clear, but remove show wagering. Fifth race, no changes. Sixth race, remove show wagering. On to the seventh race. That one is clear as well. Eighth race, no changes. Ninth race is clear, which starts today's pick 4. So pick 4 wagering beginning in race 9, because of 12 races. 10th race is clear. 11th race, scratch number 6, 2-2, is sick. Take out the 6, 2-2, and the 11th. And the 12th race is clear. And also did forget to mention one in the 5th race. In race 5, Scott Ray will drive the 2 check with Vivian. Scott Ray driving 2 check with Vivian. So just 7 minutes away. Starting up pick 5 wagering. Wager early to avoid the possibility of being shut out.
Just about 6 minutes to post time, the opening dash, the first of 12 today on a great card of harness racing action at Dresden Raceway. I'm Robert Reed Jr., back again to be on the show with Nathan Bain throughout the afternoon. Great to see a fantastic crowd on the tarmac for this Canada Day card. And let's break down that early pick five, the only pick five here at Dresden Raceway. It does have a guaranteed pool of $1,000. And for me, I'm going to keep it economical. I thought there's some logical winners here in the opening sequence. So we're going to single up on Slaying the Day Away right here in race number one. Going to be a heavy favorite, no doubt about it, 1-5 right now. I think he's going to be very difficult to beat. Race two, 4 deep, going 4 of the 6 in there. I think it's a competitive looking dash. 1, 3, 5, and 6 for yours truly in that one. Giving the edge to the 5 Lime and the Coconut, but again, I think it's a very competitive dash in there. So we're going 4 deep, 1, 3, 5, and 6, hoping we can get one of the better prices down. Race number 3, just the 5, the Boss Man. If he takes the surface here, he'll be very difficult to beat, getting some serious class relief, and just looks like he kind of lays over them in that spot. But again, he'll have to take to the surface. Race number 4, the 1 and 4. The 4, the Can-Am Banker, likely going to be the favorite in there. I do love the chances, though, of the 1, LMC Mr. Squishy, back under the care of Pat Houdon, who also drives him. And, you know, a lot of wins this season compared to that of the Can-Am Banker. So I like the 1, LMC Mr. Squishy, hopefully be a value player in race number 4. Race number 5, the 4, Bobby Bonebreaker is my top choice, but also using the 5, Officer Chi. So 2 deep in there with the 4 and 5. Just $3.20 for a 20-cent ticket for my pick 5 ticket. There's Trey Colbeck's ticket. Trey Colbeck of Harness Link, and we're going a little bit of a different approach, but similar horses throughout. He's going 1, 4, and 5 here in the opener, so he's going to try to beat the heavy favorite, the Forest Land the Day Away. He's also using Living at Large and Copper Eagle. Race 2, the 1, 5, and 6. We're in agreement in there. He's using 3 of them, but I went 4 deep with the same horses. But he agrees it's also a kind of a wide open dash. Race number 3, we're both singled on the 5, the Boss Man. Looks like the clear one to beat in there, getting class relief and any kind of a trip. He should get the better of that group. And in agreement, too, in race number 4 with LMC Mr. Squishy and the Can-Am Banker. And he's actually going to single up on Bobby Bonebreaker in race number 5. That's the 4 in there. First-time starter for Greg McNair. Did kind of go an interesting qualifier, went to the safety lane, but ended up finishing up strongly after being on the early lead. So I like that single as well on his tickets. And that ticket there will cost you $3.60 for the early pick 5 by Trey Colbeck. Just a few minutes to the opening dash here. Nathan and I will come back after the post break to take a closer look at this Prospect Series event.
All right, thank you, Robert Reed Jr. Pleasure to have you back with us today. And a look at our guest cappers, myself, Robert, Trey, Sherry, Larry. We have our selections all day long, so not to be biased, but we have a really good group of guest handicappers here in Dresden. You know what? They all do a fantastic job to promote our product, and huge thanks goes out to all of them for everything they do here at Dresden Raceway. And all of us, except Larry, the lone wolf, he's going to go to the 1, Living at Large. We're all going to put on top the 4, Slaying the Day Away. But Living at Large, 4-1 right now. Coming off of 2 runner finishes and a win before that. Confidence has been building up. So myself, Robert, Trey, Sherry on the 4. Larry's going to go to the 1. They'll be on parade in a few minutes. Now stepping out on track for the first race, as you can see, Pools already strong, well above that $1,000 guarantee sent out by paddock judge Leslie Jackson. Number 1, Living at Large. It'll be Lauren House, owning, training, and driving, sharing the ownership with Chantal Riege. Todd Ratchford, Catch Driving 2, Don't Talk About Bruno, owned by the stable Don't Talk About Bruno, trained by Dominic Ledoux. Charmbo Titan the 3, Tom Smith at the lines for John Ryer, along with Randy Ryer. Gene Walker, the conditioner. Number 4, Slaying the Day Away, owned by Celeste Hill. Eddie Green in the bike, trained by Keelan Green. Copper Eagle, the 5, gets the services of Garrett Rooney for No One Knows Us stable, trained by Steve Bossens. And rounding up the field, number 6, HP Musical Alarm, owned by Leanne Davidson, John Curran, Daryl Laver Training, Scott Ray at the lines. Field of 6 Prospect Series 3-year-old trotting colts for a purse of $8,000 to Track Kitchen Trot. Win Place Show, exact or try, daily double, pick 5 wagering, as I mentioned, well above that $1,000 guarantee. We're going to queue up Robert Reed Jr. here. Glad to have him back with us. I know, Robert, we're both on the same page here. Number 4, Slaying the Day Away.
Yeah, it's very difficult to go against the Forest Slaying the Day Away here because, I mean, he's 3 for 3 in the Prospect Series this season. He's won 2 of those races by a pretty wide margin as well. Looks fantastic on the track, doesn't he, Nathan? Looks really sharp out there and pretty proud of himself. Really kind of, I think, has changed his luck going to the Prospect Series this season, racing the grassroots last year, and he's been winning a lot more frequently. He was 0 for 5 last year, 6 for 11 this year, and to me, I just couldn't go against him in this opening dash, and also made him a single in the pick 5.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be a single for many in here. You look at the confidence-building wins that he's had. 3 of his 4 last are victories. Does have some half-mile experience at Flamborough Downs at May 16th in the Prospect. A winner by 5. Obviously a bit tighter turns here, but I think if he can navigate through the first turn, it should be clear sailing.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I don't really think he's going to want to do anything but control this from start to finish, and he's already proven he can be, handy over the smaller surfaces, right? Does have that one miscue at Mohawk Park. That was going to get much tougher, though, in the Ontario Sire Spring Series.
One that's very intriguing to me is the 1 Living at Large for Team House here. Has just been racing much better as of late. Getting 7-2 right now. A win in 2 seconds in the latest 2 starts, and did get around London good enough, so gets the rail position to work with today and has early speed, so that's got to be a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, decent little score down, too, from Lauren House there and Living at Large. Thought he raced fantastic June the 8th, getting the win there. Kind of a measured victory at Hiawatha. Since then, a couple of seconds. And those horses, I mean, second to Duke Deo certainly is not a bad runner-up finish, getting beat half a length to him. I think Duke Deo would likely be a pretty short price against this kind of a group. So, I mean, there's good form references there for Living at Large. Rail control, does show tactical speed, and certainly looks smooth around the turn just now. So he's my main play underneath.
And a couple other here, 9-1 on Copper Eagle right now, and we'll be looking to find the form that he kind of showed last year, racing the Balanced Image, 1 elimination of that. Garrett Rooney on board, first start of the year, so we'll see if he needs a start. So Copper Eagle, thoughts on that one?
Yeah, Copper Eagle's kind of, like you said, he's intriguing at a price here. I mean, 9-1 is a lot higher than I thought he would be. Now, he did get scratched out of his first scheduled start of the season due to sickness on June 19th. The qualifiers were okay, but I mean, don't read too much into those margins. I mean, you're against Top Mast and Flight Landing, horses like that in those most recent 2 morning preps. And I did see that the Balanced Image elimination victory. I saw that live, and he raced well to get up by a nose in there. And the final, there was lots of early action before he ended up finishing 5th for a smaller share. So he's intriguing in here. Never one to ignore the barn of Steve Bossens with trotters, that's for sure. And Copper Eagle, probably the best value on the board right now.
And yeah, Copper Eagle, we'll see if he needs a start or not, but I mean, Garrett Rooney, Steve Bossens, definitely a good duo to go with in here. Number 6, HP Musical Alarm for trainer Daryl Laver. I thought raced really well in that latest Prospect race at Kawartha Downs to rally up to be a third. A couple of those not in the Prospect race here, so HP Musical Alarm, and kind of one that can have some late kick as well and seem to navigate London.
Yeah, the thing about HP Musical Alarm was just the post draw, right? I mean, if he draws inside, he's definitely in my top three. Post six to work from, he's going to have to likely work from off the pace in here. When he first got to the barn of Daryl Laver, kind of just went on that tear and racked up some victories, and then as he's kind of won his way up classes and faced tougher competition, he's slowed down a little bit, but I think he's not out of his element against this group. He's hit the board in 10 of 16 this season. Well, that's in his career, actually, and if it wasn't for post six, I'd have him picked pretty higher.
Yeah, and the price isn't bad right now. You're getting 1 to 2 on Slaying the Day Away, and it's just a short price, and I think we knew that would happen.
Yeah, he had to be odds on here, and to be honest with you, I think 1 to 2 might even be higher than what he's going to go off at come post time, because he's just had so much success at the prospect series level, and he's been so consistent this season. So, I mean, again, I always kind of think you should watch these races as they go to the gate. Maybe if you're going to bet one of these horses, since they are younger trotters, maybe try to bet as close a start as you can, just to make sure they're minding their manners.
Before we go to gate here, best price on the board right now?
I'd probably go Copper Eagle still. $17 on that one. A horse that, kind of an unknown this season, 3 for 6 last year, and I mean, fully capable if he can find that form again to go with these.
All right, thanks, Robert. Race 1 of 12 here on Canada Day at Dresden Raceway. 12 races on tap this afternoon. Starter calling in the first race, Trotters, the Trot Kitchen Trot. Great to have OSS with us in the grandstand today. Be sure to visit them. They'll be doing a draw after race 6. They held the Johnston Lambton contest as well the favorite chat contest. So be sure to visit Ontario Sour Stakes underneath the grandstand. Great group of people. We're excited to have them with us today. But for now, race 1 behind the gate. Start of a pick 5 up and over $1,600. Played into the pool prospect series for 3-year-old trotters. Living at large, Don't Talk About Bruno, Charmbo Titan, Slaying the Day Away, Copper Eagle, an HP Musical Alarm. It's packed here in Dresden. Off stride, the 2, Don't Talk About Bruno. And they're off and trotting. And leaving alertly is Slaying the Day Away to the inside. Is Charmbo Titan. Right to the front, and made it look easy, is Slaying the Day Away. This 3-year-old son of Muscle Mass has touched down the lead. Pocketing up in second is Charmbo Titan, and a good getaway in third is Copper Eagle, followed by Living at Large. Racing out of fifth is HP Musical Alarm, and trailing after that miscue is Don't Talk About Bruno. So Slaying the Day Away, the heavy choice, leads him by a length and a half and takes him up to that opening quarter station, timed in 30-1. Your pocket sitter continues to be Charmbo Titan. Traveling from third is Copper Eagle. On that one's back, Living at Large. And your back markers are HP Musical Alarm. And Don't Talk About Bruno continues to trail the trotters. Coming in front of us for the first time, all chasing down, Slaying the Day Away. Sitting second, Charmbo Titan. Copper Eagle stays in first up on the outside. Living at Large, picking up the cover is HP Musical Alarm. And Don't Talk About Bruno trails the field 103 to the half. And still showing the way, Slaying the Day Away, second best. Charmbo Titan first up for a long way is Lauren House and Living at Large. And a second of a toe up into fourth is HP Musical Alarm for Scott Ray. Saving ground fifth is Copper Eagle. Now catching up to the field is Don't Talk About Bruno. So Slaying the Day Away is playing Catch Me If You Can. And Eddie Green on the lead, second best on the outside. Living at Large, pushing the issue, staying with. In third is Charmbo Titan as they move past 3/4 and 134. 31 seconds in the third panel. Slaying the Day Away, the one to catch here. Living at Large, just not going away for House and pushes the issue. They come for home. Living at Large has put ahead in front, trying to battle back. Is Slaying the Day Away. Slaying the Day Away. Finds another gear. Living at Large second. Third goes to Charmbo Titan for fourth. Copper Eagle Slaying the Day Away. Finds a way to get there and stops the clock in 2:05 flat. Great start to the opener, over $2,000 played into that pick 5 pool. Thank you to everyone for your support. Horse players tuned in. We're all our fans on track. So good luck going forward in the remainder of today's pick 5. On official 4, 1, 3, 5. Returning down in front, winner of the opener, slaying the day away, a 3-year-old brown colt by Muscle Mass from the mare Babe I've Got You Babe, out of Royalty for Life, owned by Celeste Hill of Oshwegan, Ontario. Keelan Green training, on for the winning drive, Eddie Green, slaying the day away for his 7th victory in the 2024 season. And he stops the clock today in 2:05.2. Congratulations to the connections of slaying the day away. All right, we're going to send a trackside. Robert Reed Jr. is going to catch up here with winning driver Eddie Green.
Oh. Robert Reed Jr. here, trackside with winning driver Eddie Green. Prospect Series event in the opening dash here at Dresden Raceway, slaying the day away. I mean, a little bit tenuous for the bettors anyways, late in that mile there. Looked like they were getting to you, but pretty confident?
Yeah, he always lets them get right close to him before he digs in. No matter how much I pick at him, he just seems to sit on him. We could have went probably quite a bit faster than that, but he's easy on himself.
Yeah, and he's 4 for 4 in the Prospect Series right this year. So is that what it is for him? I mean, he winless last year, but showed some potential in the grassroots. Getting down to the Prospect Series, is that the key?
Yeah, I think so. Last year he seemed real green to me. He had the speed, ability, but just didn't have it upstairs, I didn't think. So we laid him off and brought him back and started him at a low level.
And any chance that you might dabble back into the grassroots this year, or is the Prospect Series, you think, his spot to be?
Oh, I don't know. It's up to the trainer, what he does. He does all the work. I get the easy stuff. I just get here to come and drive. He does all the work. All the credit goes to him.
And then you're talking about your son, Keelan Green, right? And let's talk about that. I mean, it must be nice, right, to have that relationship. I grew up around the racetrack with my father, on the other side of it, owning and wagering on horses. Talk about that relationship working together.
It's good. After every race, we talk about the race, see how the horse was, put two of our heads together, try and make them better. It seems to work out really well. As you see, he's average, don't lie, right? So he's doing the work. And like I said, I get to do the easy stuff. I just come and drive.
And any inkling that some 2-year-olds maybe we might see?
Yeah, we got a couple 2-year-olds. Capitalist, we just qualified. Sassy and Sweet will be in a couple weeks, and he's done a great job with him, too.
Awesome. Okay, Eddie Green, winning driver, race number 1, slaying the day away, folks. Let's hear it for him.
All right, thank you, Robert Reed Jr. As always, a great interview, and great to have Eddie Green with us here today in Dresden Raceway. Lots of new drivers on card with us, so Eddie Green getting the win there was slaying the day away. Prices will be up in a moment. Stand by. All right, prices are official. Slaying the day away, $280, $250, $230, living at large, $283. Charmbo Titan, $390 to show. To the exact, a $690, $1 try, $13.25. And the 20-cent try, $265. Upcoming second race in about 5 minutes. No changes. Second half of today's Daily Double.
We have 3 prizes to give away, donated by the Track Kitchen over at the backstretch, Canadian Tire, and an Esso gift card. Can we have Judy O'Halloran, Linda Hebblethwaite, and John Campagna come to the 50-50 table?
First race rundown, living a large second. Don't talk about Bruno 6, Charmbo Titan third. Slaying the day away was the race winner. Copper Eagle fourth, and HP Musical Alarm was fifth. Also special today for the horse people, each winning connections will get a bag of carrots, courtesy of Essex Auto Wreckers. So huge thanks goes out to Essex Auto Wreckers as they've donated a bag of carrots to the winning connections of each race today. Don't forget, for those new this afternoon, we race here every Sunday afternoon for all of July. Then Civic Holiday weekend, we'll race the Monday. So Civic Holiday, we'll race Monday, but until then, we'll race every Sunday in July. Post time 1 p.m. I believe next week is the Ken Houston Memorial. So lots of activities here every single Sunday at Dresden Raceways. Always admission and parking is free here at Dresden. And you know what? The handle's been strong all year long. Crowds have been good. We have some very good fans here in Dresden. So we thank everyone for their support. And the weather can't be any more perfect than it is here today at Dresden. For Canada Day, indeed. Stepping out for the second race. Now it's a $3,000. Their last three, Fillies and Mares, $3,750, all salvageable. $12,000 claimers. Led by the one, Kenny Joe. Rob Doyle at the lines for owner trainer Kevin Gillis. Garrett Rooney driving the two, Steady As We Go for owner trainer Britt Kennedy. She shares the ownership with Money Clip Racing and Sean Buston. Number 3, Kevin Dan Fraudsters for owner trainer Doug Curry. Scotty Ray up. Gascoigne Sunday, the 4. First start for the new connections would be Tony Hamlin in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Gordon McDonnell. Nick Stewart drives 5. Lime into Coconut for owner-trainer Randy Parrish. Rounding out the field, number 6, Greystone Eno for owner-trainer driver Lauren House, sharing the ownership with Ryan Clements along with Ryan Willis. Field of 6, Win Play Show. Exactor try wagering for the JMHI. Insurance Pace, purse of $4,600. Robert Reed Jr. back with us, and looked like for a bit slaying the day away was beat, but found another gear.
Yeah, he did. Eddie Green, in the post-race interview, certainly didn't seem like he was ever concerned. He said that's kind of the horse's thing, right? Lets them come to him and then trots away when it matters most. So I think it may have been a little easier than it looked for him, and now he's 4 for 4 in the Prospect Series. So slaying the day away, having a real nice season, and probably more good things ahead for that one.
Yeah, and 7th victory on the season, and living at large, a great effort to be second.
No, a huge effort to be second. First over a long way, and some of his horses will back away from that trip. But Lauren House has done a great job with that one, and I think we're going to see more of him in the Prospect Series and beyond.
Yes, for sure. As we turn the page here to race 2, we're both going to the 5, Lime into Coconut. I think the price is a little shorter than we kind of intended it to be, but he was really good in that drop and pop last week. He's beaten this group of 4, gets along well with Nick Stewart, who is, I believe, still the leading driver.
Yeah, he's won 2 of his last 3 here at Dresden, right? So you've got to like his chances. But we both talked about this race in the pregame and said we thought it was one of the more competitive races on the card, right? 6 horses, but packs a powerful punch. I do like his chances. I think he's probably the one that is the most likely winner of this dash, but is the juice worth the squeeze at less than even money? Probably not.
Yeah, definitely he is the one to beat, but the price not a deal right now. Your second choice, Kenny Joe, is 7-1 right now. We really haven't seen this horse show the same form they did last year, but he is coming off at 2 second-place finishes. Second time, Rob Doyle on the bike, so you got to think he's going to have a bit more of a feel for him this week and gets the rail to work with.
Yeah, I think he fits in nicely with this group. Obviously, he hasn't raced since June 9th after being scratched due to weather last time out, June 23rd. The thing is, I've always been a big fan of Kenny Joe. He's 0 for 15 this year. Like you said, he's not kind of had the success he's had in previous seasons, but I think he's kind of trending in the right direction. Might be able to step up in this spot. The price is definitely right. I mean, he's paying right now, 8 to 1, which is kind of a monster number in my opinion. I thought he'd be second choice in here.
I thought we'd see about 4 or 5 to 1 maybe at the best, but definitely a much better price than we intended. And you're getting 17 to 1 right now on Greystone. Made the bump up in class last time. He's kind of been finding the form that he had before. I mean, 2 years ago he won the City of London final with ease. Lauren House coming off of a second place finish, so maybe worth a look at 17 to 1.
Yeah, well, talking about horses that are trending in the right direction, I mean, 0 for 15 last year. Like you mentioned his success the season before that, and now kind of getting, back into things. Had to get down to softer company to get his picture taken, but, horses can kind of braven up after that. That win 2 back was a legit victory, 56-3 over Sarnia. And then, like you said, last time had to face much, much tougher where he finished 6th. So I'm not sure what the trip looks like for Greystone today. But this field's definitely within his reach, and with a 6-horse field, might be able to make some noise at some point in the mile. And 18 to 1, in my opinion, is definitely an overlay.
Yeah, you know what? Those 2 wins in his last 5 outings, horses build off of confidence. They need it, and maybe he can work his way up to be somewhat what he was before. And he seems to be trending in the right direction right now. And how about the 4 Gascoigne Sunday, claimed out of his latest by these connections, and he's won 3 out of his last 4 starts, and we've seen him before. He's been kind of an inconsistent horse, taking a little bit of action right now. Does bump up to the claiming price of $12,000.
Yeah, I mean, he should fit with this group. I mean, obviously racing off the claim for Gordon McDonnell, who's a high percentage trainer. Again, the thing for me with him is it all comes down to trip, right? He's a horse that typically for me has done his best work when he's forwardly placed. Now he does have a couple of wins when he's racing from off the pace, so he's showing more versatility as of late. But he's a high percentage winner, right? 8 for 22 this year, 9 for 46 last year. I didn't use him in this spot. I think he's getting over bet right now. But I mean, like I said, to me was a wide open event, so I think any horse can come out on top in this race.
Yeah, now even money on the 5, Lyman to Coconut, 2 to 1 on the 4, Gascoigne Sunday, then 7 to 2 on the 2, Steady As We Go, getting Garrett Rooney back in the bike. And the last time he was on board this mare was a victory on opening day by a commanding 3 lengths in 59-4. This will be the first time back. She's got Garrett in the sulky. She's just shown some inconsistency this season, but when she brings her A game, she is tough.
Yeah, no, she was really exciting to watch last year. 4 for 17 and 11 on the board finishes. This year, just 1 for 8. That victory 3 starts ago, and I mean, she was racing against filly and mares in that race, and towards the bottom level, anyways. And now you're racing a class above that against the boys. So I couldn't get there today on her, but I do think that if she can ever get back to her form she showed last year, she can be dangerous against any group.
Britt Kennedy batting a 328 average, and has some decent horses in her barn. Doc's Philly Cheese, Last Shot, and the horses always look good. They come ready to participate, so Steady As We Go. I'm not going to put her on top, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was up there.
Yeah, no, I think she can definitely get a big piece of it. I mean, it just comes down to trip scenario, right? I mean, post 2 to work from, does have a little bit early foot off the gate. She can never just plug in for a favorable trip, then I think hitting the ticket's definitely a possibility.
Before we let you go, Robert, our best price on the board right now?
Kenny Joe for me. I've always been a big fan of this horse. I probably have rose-colored glasses for him because I typically do back this one, and he's over 15 this year, so hasn't paid dividends yet this season, but I do think he's a nice price right now at 5 to 1 from the rail.
Well, we know he's got the talent now as the starter. Calls in the second race, Pacers, second half of today's daily double. Lyman to Coconut continues to hold favorite status at 6 to 5 right now. For the JMHI Insurance Pace, this would be your last call to wager. Second race, Pacers in behind the gate. Kenny Joe, Steady As We Go. Kevin Dan Fraudsters, Gascoigne Sunday. Lyman to Coconut, Greystone, and it's actually getting busier here at Dresden Raceway. Starting car picks up speed.
And they're off and pacing. First one off the wing, steady as we go. Kenny Joe flashing early speed to the inside as they bend to the first turn. And steady as we go. Making the top, Kenny Joe alongside Gascoigne Sunday is not content and looks to take aim at the pace setters. They go into the backstretch for time one, steady as we go, playing a little bit of hardball now, and will release Gascoigne Sunday to the top. Second best, steady as we go, traveling from third, Kenny Joe, and we go back to Kevin Day and Fraudsters. Lime into Coconut and Greystone Eno can see them all past the opening quarter, station in 28 and 3, courtesy of Gascoigne Sunday calling the shots. Thus far, your pocket sitters steady as we go. Off the pace in third is Kenny Joe. On that one's back, Kevin Day and Fraudsters looking at it from fifth. Lime into Coconut, and Greystone Eno continues to trail the field. So Gascoigne Sunday's got the ball in his court thus far. Steady as we go second. Kenny Joe stays in, directed to the outside. And fourth is Kevin Day and Fraudsters picking up the cover. Lime into Coconut, 58 and 2. To the halfway point, still the one to take down is Gascoigne Sunday looking comfortable on this front end mission, stalking in second, steady as we go. First up, but not advancing. Kevin and Fraudsters saving ground is Kenny Joe, tip 3 wide, now activated and kicking it into high gears. Lime into Coconut. Your trailers, Greystone, Eno, Gascoigne Sunday still there, steady as we go. Turning up the heat now. Lime into Coconut as they move past three quarters. In 127 and 4, Gascoigne Sunday still there. He has company. Company's name is Lime into Coconut. He's pushing the issue, sticking around for a share. Steady as we go. Gascoigne Sunday under attack. Lime into Coconut keeps on coming. Gascoigne Sunday though. Gascoigne Sunday will win it. Lime into Coconut second. Steady as we go third. Kenny Joe is fourth. Gascoigne Sunday in 157 flat. Unofficial 4, 5, 2, 1 Gascoigne Sunday. Getting there at 5 to 2. Returning down in front, the unofficial winner, the second, number 4, Gascoigne Sunday. 6-year-old Brown Galley by Hilarious Halo. The Mayor Gascoigne Dickett of Astronomical, owned and trained by Gord McDonnell of Kingsville, Ontario. Tony Hamlin on for the winning drive. Tony and Essex Auto Records providing free carrots to the winning connections of every horse today, so thank you to that. Tony gets a win here with Gascoigne Sunday, who gets his 9th victory on the season, a time of 157 flat. Congratulations. Gascoigne Sunday 750, 350, 310. Lime to Coconut 340, 250. Steady as we go 420 to show. Total exact at 1380. $1 try $37.05. 20-cent try $7.41. Today's $2 daily double 4-4 comes back at $8.20. Upcoming third race, on to the trot. Field of 7, no changes.
This race was sponsored by MHI Insurance. Can I have Derek Lammers, Rick Pickering, and Shelly Pullman come to the 50-50 table?
Second race rundown. Gascoigne Sunday was the race winner. Lime and Coconut second. Steady as we go third. Fourth was Kenny Joe, fifth place finisher. Grayson Eno and Kevin Dan Fraudsters was sixth. Look at our selections here, all of us going to the 5, the Boss Man, major drop in class, Garrett Rooney teaming up here with conditioner Steve Bossens. This has won 4 wins on the season against much tougher company. So the Boss Man finding a really soft spot here this afternoon. Commission Trotters from 1 mile for a purse of $4,200. Now stepping on the racetrack, number 1 Dusty Lane Thunder. Jonathan Hahn up for John Bell. Dane Pearson trains. Tony Hamlin trying to come right back, this time with Telling the Story, owned by Patricia Gibb. Joe Shaw, the trainer. Number 3 Junior, owned by Dennis Duford, trained by Ashley Duford, driven by Tyler Borth. Welcome back to Dresden, Tyler. Number 4, Rivers at Home. It'll be Todd Rashford this week for Michael Irvier. Dwayne McFadden is the conditioner. Number 5, The Boss Man. Garrett Rooney at the controls for Stephen Palermo. Steve Boston's trains. Number 6, I Am What I Am. Scott Ray up for Patricia Gibb. Joe Shaw trains. And rounding out the field, number 7, Zach to the Max gets Andy Moore up for Megan O'Neill, trained by Burt Moore. Field of 7 for the Foodland Dresden Trot. Win Play Show. Exacta Try Wagering. Catching up here with Robert Reed Jr. and Gascoigne Sunday. Good to go in the first start for the new connections.
Yeah, you know what, Nate? That was a whiff by me in the pick 5 and in my selections there. I mean, off the claim, strong connections, and a horse that's got a lot of tactical speed, and that was the game plan today here at Dresden for him, and he ended up being kind of much the best on the engine. Now, Lime the Kogan that didn't have the livest of cover, had to get around that one before making a nice try in the late stages, but still, Gascoigne Sunday was good to go.
Yeah, he was really good, just not as easy as a trip for Lime the Kogan. As we turn the page here, the Boss Man, not surprised, taking the heavy action on the tote board right now, but why not? I mean, this is just, I can't remember a time when he's faced this soft of company. Was it's much tougher last time at Sarnia, like the likes of Working on Broadway, Downstairs Party, so this just seems like a much softer spot.
Oh, it definitely is. I'm a big fan of Working on Broadway, and I'm a big fan of the Boss Man too. He was third to that rival last time in Sarnia. Was racing on short rest in that one as well. So you get back into regular rotation after he did miss a few weeks of action, anyways, more than a few weeks off a vet scratch due to sickness. Scheduled start 3 go, but it's so tough to go against him in here. I mean, he's obviously he's not any kind of value in a win ticket at 1 to 5. It looks fantastic on the track though, and he just kind of lays over this group, right? So as long as he can kind of just navigate this surface, I think he should end up in the winner's circle.
Yeah, Garrett doing a nice job of keeping him relaxed. But he's beaten the likes of Heavy Duty before, and this just seems like probably the lower end trot at 1 to 5. You know what? It's just too tough to go against him. And I know another one we're quite fond of. Number 3, Junior, gets Tyler Borth in the bike here. You know what, Tyler? You know what? You got to start here in Dresden. He drove probably here for 8-9 seasons. He's one of the top drivers. Obviously, he skyrocketed as of late, but Tyler Borth, no stranger here to Dresden. And Junior, last time we drove him was at London on May 14th Against.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see Tyler here at Dresden. You know what? There's a bit of buzz here too in the crowd about Tyler being here today, and a lot of people, noting his success at Mohawk Park, and they're happy to see that. And Junior warmed up fantastic too. I actually caught, I try to catch as many warm-ups as I can, and the warm-up with Junior was a good one. And typically when he shows it, before a race, he shows it in the race, and this is a good spot for him as well. You get Tyler Borth back aboard, and a horse that does have speed off the gate when they want to use it. So I think might plug in for a trip here, and can definitely round out the exacta. Maybe the one you want to go to if you want to try to beat the favorite, but again, I think that's gonna be a pretty tough task.
Yeah, and he's a horse that does have some speed off the switch, and Tyler knows how to get the best of him. 9-1 right now on the one. Dusty Lane Thunder was second 2 weeks ago. This is her third rail in the row. She does have some early speed. The price is right now, but just seems like a much tougher race this time around.
Yeah, it does. I mean, getting a lot of luck with the post draw. Now, the thing about Dusty Lane Thunder is you kind of, obviously the posts have helped it, but not one that I've always remembered as being a speed type, but has been flashing early foot in each of her last three. I've backed this horse many times, Nathan, over the last couple seasons, and obviously having a lot of success with those tickets because just 2 for 39 in the win column, but was one that does have 14 career victories, so not a stranger to the winner's circle. I just think this might be a little snug for her today, but because she does have that pole position and does have early speed, she can likely get a big piece of it.
I don't mind her in this spot. I mean, 9-1, maybe one to look to round out your try or something, but on the win ticket, it's just a much tougher race.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a real deep waters for her, right? I mean, she's been facing off against some nice horses, no question about it, but I don't think she's seen the likes of the Boss Man or one like that in a while.
Maybe another one to consider, the two, Telling the Story, Tony Hanlon up here. Third last minute Hanover, and that was a decent enough fourth here the week before, but you know what, Tony Hamlin already in the winner's circle, so that could be a bit of a confidence booster for him.
Yeah, she's another one that has a lot of early speed, right? The thing with her is sometimes can make a miscue. Now has only done that, once in her last 4. Got beat a wide margin 3 back, but then has steadily kind of been racing better after getting some class relief. And last time went a long way in the lead at Hanover before finishing third to Bulldog, and Bulldog would look pretty good against this group. So I think just because of her, tactical speed, you've got to respect her chances, especially in the bottom end of the exotics.
Yeah, and you know what? The price is okay right now, roughly 9-1. The Boss Man, not surprised, being heavily favored here. You know what? The prices really haven't moved around that much to me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's so hard to go against him, right? He opened off with all kinds of win money too. Like there was obviously a pretty big win wager that opened the betting on the Boss Man, and that doesn't surprise me at all because, I mean, sometimes bettors will do that, hope the price floats up. So it has done that to this point, but he's going to go off as odds on and probably $3 or less. But again, one of those races, Nathan, where it's tough to go against the favorite.
Yeah, the Boss Man getting the action right now, and so far front end speed has held up pretty well.
Yeah, it has, and that's something that obviously the Boss Man does have. I'd say he's got tactical speed. I wouldn't say he's got snap speed off the switch, but I have seen him win on the engine. But usually it's one of those kind of delayed leaves, right? You push off the gate and then just kind of keep driving until you get to the front. So I think that's going to be the game plan today. No need to be in any too big of a hurry off the switch, but I think we'll see him on the lead pretty early.
Yeah, I agree. As the starting car moves into position, any other prices that are catching your eye right now?
I would just, for me, it's going to be pretty logical, right? I'll probably just play the Boss Man over Junior, and then, hope we get a price after that. I think just 5 with 3 with the 1-2, that's kind of the way you got to play it.
All right, sounds good, Robert. We'll catch up with you before the fourth race. Starting car, moving into position, the Boss Man, heavily favored 1-2 on the board. This is your last call to wager. This race sponsored by Foodland of Dresden. Gates moving for the third on the trot. Dusty Lane Thunder Telling the Story. Junior, Rivers at Home, the Boss Man. I Am What I Am, and Zach to the Max on the outside. Third race in the hands of the starter. And they're off and trotting. The boss man springing out early, telling the story. Those two leaving a pair to the inside. It's Dusty Lane Thunder as they march to the first turn and telling the story. Now trying to come up and grab control, but Johnny Hahn looks over and says, "Not happening, buddy," as Dusty Lane Thunder will protect the inside, telling the story. Forced into the pocket, Junior. Good get away in third. Your heavy favorite, the boss man, looks at it from fourth. Fifth best away is Rivers at home. Then we go back to I Am What I Am, and Zach to the Max completes the field of 7 as they move past that opening quarter and a zippy 28-4, courtesy of Dusty Lane Thunder. And Johnny Hahn is showing the way, sitting second, telling the story, and a tracking third is Junior, and Tyler Bort, the boss man, races off the speed. And fourth, fifth best away is Rivers at home. Your back markers are I Am What I Am and Zach to the Max. In straight alignment is Dusty Lane Thunder. Calls the shots here, telling the story. Junior, right line out of third, gets underway. Picking up the cover is the boss man. Racing out of fifth, Rivers at home. Then we go back to I Am What I Am and Zach to the Max past the halfway point in 101-1. Bit of a breather for the leader. Dusty Lane Thunder continues to dictate the terms here. Telling the story is second, Junior, trying to make something happen. First up on the outside, picking up the cover in fourth is the boss man. Then the saving ground fifth, Rivers at home. They gapped off I Am What I Am, and off the back end, here comes Zach to the Max, but Dusty Lane Thunder looks comfortable. Telling the story, tip 3 wide up on the outside, revving his engine, the boss man, as we go by 3/4. In 131-4, Dusty Lane Thunder, the mare, has looked pretty good throughout. The boss man trying to make something happen on the outside is telling the story's third. They spin for home, telling the story, still there. The boss man with some work still to do. Dusty Lane Thunder, but it ain't happening. It's Dusty Lane Thunder and Johnny Hahn. The boss man second, telling the story for third. The heavy favorite defeated. Goodbye to a lot of Pick 5 tickets. Time of the mile, 2:01-4. Unofficial 1-5-2-7, an upset. Dusty Lane Thunder at 13-1. Back down in front, the winner of the third, number 1, Dusty Lane Thunder. She's an 8-year-old brown mare by Armbro Barrister from the Mare Pleasure Girls out of Dr. Ronrail, owned by John Bell Petrolia. Dane Pearson, the winning trainer. Johnny Hahn on for the winning drive. Dusty Lane Thunder for her second on the season, and a season's best of 2:01-4. And a confident wire-to-wire victory, Dusty Lane Thunder. Congratulations. Prices are official. Dusty Lane Thunder, 28.40. 390, 340 the Boss Man, 240, 220. Telling the Story, 560 to show. To the exact of $41 on the button. $1 try, $170.10. 20-cent try, 34.02. Upcoming fourth race in about 7 minutes. Ontario Osiris Stakes, 3-year-old Colt Trotters. Grassroots, leg 2, remove show wagering from the fourth.
Race 3 was the Foodland Trot. And can we have Betty Vitek and Karen Balasity come to the 50-50 table? We also have found a set of car keys with an S on them for a keychain. They'll be at the 50-50 booth.
Third race rundown. Dusty Lane Thunder, the race winner. The Boss Man, second. Telling the Story, third. Fourth, Zach the Max. Rivers at Home, fifth. I Am What I Am, sixth. Seventh was Junior. Now on track for the fourth race, Ontario Sour Stakes, 4-year-old Colt Trotters, Grassroots, Leg 2, purse $20,000. Number 1, LMC Mr. Squishy. Pat Houdon, training and driving for Lordana Cirillo, who's the owner and breeder. Number 2, Alexander Todd Ratchford at the lines for Back Stables, Glengate Farms. Don Allison. Matt Bax, the conditioner. Muscle Detector 3, Garrett Rooney at the lines for Greg McNair, Dean Lockhart. Tom Rankin along with Trojan Horse. Greg McNair does the training. The Can-Am Banker, the 4, with Tyler Borth in the sulky for Michael Morocco, along with Vic Putty. Vic does the conditioning. Number 5, George of the Jungle, gets Lauren House on board for the stable George of the Jungle. Dominic Ledoux, the trainer. Win place. Exact a try. Start of a pick 3. Gonna bring in Robert Reed Jr. here. Dusty Lane Thunder. You gotta think that's gonna wipe out some tickets.
Yeah, big time knockout there in race number 3, Nathan, because it's not, always who wins, it's who you beat. I mean, obviously that horse was double digits on the odds board, but you got a heavy favorite like the Boss Man that goes down. It's always going to be a much bigger payout in that pick 5. So I think we're in store for some good ones come race 5. But this is a nice dash here. Just 5 horses, but a nice OSS grassroots with 3-year-old trotting colts.
Yeah, I know we went different directions here. I went to the 4, the Can-Am Banker. 1 to 2, no one can be fond of that price. Just 1 win this year, but 2 runner-up finishes, and Tyler Borth familiar with this horse, so that's going to help a little bit too, and does have a little half-mile experience under his belt.
It's definitely going to help his chances. And the thing with Can-Am Banker is he's obviously fast off the car. A horse that he did make a break at Flamborough Downs though in a previous grassroots event. So we're not totally sure he's going to be one that likes the half-mile surface. But he's also one that doesn't really pass horses late. So I think you've got to see him on the engine in here in order to get the victory. Camera shy 1 for 15, but does have 10 on the board finishes. So I understand there's a lot to like about him. But for me, I did go in a different direction.
Yeah, and it's hard to take a short price on horses that aren't familiar with a tighter track like Dresden. So it's going to be who can navigate the turns the best. And your top choice, number 1, LMC Mr. Squishy.
Yeah, he's one that I've always been fond of, Nathan. Like I think he's a real nice horse. Now this year, he's racked up 2 wins in his last 5. That was for a previous barn. Now he comes back to the care of Pat Houdon, who had him all season last year as a 2-year-old, where he hit the board in 6 of 12. He won a preliminary race for the Harvest Series, was 3rd in the final of that, and also picked up pieces in the OSS Gold level. So certainly well within his element here to do well in the grassroots, and I don't mind the time away as much when there's been a barn change between starts. So when the time off, but obviously time for Pat to get him back to where he wants this horse to be. So rail control, the key for him is going to be to mind his manners, but I think he can get the better of this group if he stays flat and goes forward off the gate.
I mean, he's just been facing much tougher company. You look at Gold Race last time, just tried to face much tougher than he could handle. So LMC Mr. Squishy on the rail, and he does have some early speed, and I think if he can get to the front and get around the turns, no problem, he could be a big player right now, and price dropping a little bit, but still better than it is on the Can-Am Banker.
Yeah, I think we're at the right price right now, like 7 to 2, or maybe a shade lower than that. Like I wasn't expecting him to be like a monster number on the board, but I knew he'd be better value than the 4 Can-Am Banker just because of the recent lines and recent times that you see in the program. But like you said, he's been facing tougher, and his last 2 starts in non-winners of 2 were both victories, whereas the Can-Am Banker has not won at that level since May 9th. So I think that again, we're looking for better value with that one, but recognizing the Can-Am Banker might be able to run this field off their feet.
And beyond that, too, maybe Muscle Detector. I mean, you get Garrett Rooney on, high percentage barn with Greg McNair. He sent a lot of stake winners over his career.
Yeah, Muscle Detector is kind of an interesting one for me. I mean, he's been racing, in that non-winners of 2 class at Mohawk Park, was 7th, beaten by a wide margin in the same race that the Can-Am Banker comes out of 2 starts ago anyways. You get post 3, Garrett Rooney, Greg McNair. I mean, obviously solid connections, right? So you've got to respect their chances. Just not sure what the trip looks like for him.
Yeah, it's interesting because Muscle Detector did win a leg of the grassroots at Flamborough Downs on May 19th, so it does have a bit of a half-mile experience. But I do think there are some tougher ones in here, and he hasn't made as much compared to the Can-Am Banker or LMC Mr. Squishy. But I do think Muscle Detector, if the trip works out, he can be one to kind of round off the trend. I mean, Garrett Rooney knows his track well. He's had a great season, so he could be able to navigate him to a good
Yeah,
share.
it's a good point though, right? That he was a winner at Flamborough Downs and he crushed that group. So maybe more of a half-mile specialist type, and if that's the case, then we've seen horses that might not do as well at Mohawk Park, obviously, raise their game when they get on the short track.
That's the biggest question mark with a lot of these trotters is how they're going to handle this track. And that's why it's kind of risky to take a short price on anything. And another one we didn't touch on, number 2, Alexander for the Matt Backs barn. And we know how good this family has been with trotters over the years. And did finish third over Flamborough May 19th in 57 and 3. Not a bad mile by any means.
Yeah, trending in the right direction, right? 1 for 10 last year, 7 on the board finishes, 3 on the board finishes in his last 4, obviously 2 back post 8, went overland for pretty much the entire mile before finishing 10th. So always got to respect a horse coming into it off a win, right? That's one thing that I learned very early on in my life, that you never want to discount one that's coming off a victory, and he's the only one in the field doing that.
Yeah, it's a good-looking field here, Robert. We'll catch up with you before the 5th race, but for now, the starter calls in the 4th race trotters, OSS Grassroots, Leg 2. 3-year-old trotting colts, $20,000 on the line. This race sponsored by Boston Pizza of Chatham, and the start of a pick 3. In behind, 4th race trotters, Grassroots, OSS, Canada Day. Doesn't get much better than this. LMC Mr. Squishy, Alexander, Muscle Detector, the Can-Am Banker, and George of the Jungle. Off stride, the 1, LMC Mr. Squishy. And they're off and trotting. Alexander showing early speed, the Can-Am Banker, and Muscle Detector as they work to the first turn. Alexander, Todd Ratchford puts this one on the choo-choo in the early going. Dropping into second is the Can-Am Banker for Tyler Borth. Off the speed into third, Muscle Detector. Then we go back to George of the Jungle, and regrouping after the early miscue is LMC Mr. Squishy. So not content, looking to drive up now. The Can-Am Banker will take the top spot, and hold in second is Alexander. Another 3 lengths back in third is Muscle Detector. On that one's back, George of the Jungle as they move past the opening quarter in 30 and 4, courtesy of the Can-Am Banker. This 3-year-old son of the bank dictates the terms up front. Second best, Alexander. Gapped off third is Muscle Detector, then George of the Jungle. And on the run, once again, LMC Mr. Squishy. So the Can-Am Banker looking confident up front. Shrug hold by Borth here. Alexander second. Muscle Detector continues to travel from third. George of the Jungle is fourth. Halfway home in a minute and 30 seconds in that second quarter, and the Can-Am Banker lets it out a notch by 3. And what's more, Alexander tries to reel in that leader. Muscle Detector's third. Look to the outside and fourth. Here comes George of the Jungle, and way out of this one, LMC Mr. Squishy. It's the Can-Am Banker with an expanding 3-length lead here. Alexander trying to stay within contention, battling on for the show spot. Muscle Detector and George of the Jungle by 3/4 in 130 flat, moving right along for this group. And the Can-Am Banker looking very good up top, and what's more, puts 5 on the field. And the Can-Am Banker and Tyler Borth has got this one wrapped right up. The Can-Am Banker wins it. Second best, Alexander. Third going to Muscle Detector. George of the Jungle was fourth. 159 flat. We'll see if that may be close to the track record for 3-year-old colt trotters. Unofficial 4-2-3-5. Indeed, a new track record for 3-year-old trotting gelding here. So a new track record for a 3-year-old trotting gelding. The Can-Am Banker stops the clock and 1:59 flat and sets a new track record for 3-year-old trotting gelding. The Can-Am Banker making history here in Dresden. Back down in front, number 4, the Can-Am Banker, a 3-year-old brown gelding by the Bang. For the Mare Furiash, at a muscle mass one by Michael Morocco along with Vic Putty. Vic does the training. Tyler Borth on for the winning drive. Welcome back to Dresden, Tyler. Was a top driver here for almost a decade. And the Can-Am Banker for his second on the season and sets a new track record for a 3-year-old gelding trotter at Dresden Raceway. So the Can-Am Banker winning with ease, stopping the clock today. 1:59 flat. Great to have OSS on hand with us this afternoon. And the Can-Am Banker looking very good there. Congratulations. All right, we're going to get a word here. Robert Reed Jr., Tyler Borth. Track side here. All right, we'll send it down to you guys.
Robert Reed Jr. trackside here with Tyler Borth, winning driver aboard the Can-Am Banker, the first of 2 OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old trotting colts. Tyler, first of all, I mean, big crowd out here in Canada Day, and they were very excited that you were going to be back here at Dresden today. How does it feel to be back at Dresden Raceway?
Yeah, it's always nice to come back to where you started, and I don't really race a lot on the half miles, especially halves like this, but to come here for Sire Stakes and have a horse like the Can-Am Banker to drive, it's nice to be back.
Let's talk about the Can-Am Banker, a horse that I know you've kind of mentioned in the past. Not one that really likes to get past horses in the late stages. That was the game plan to get him on the lead the early part of the race today?
Yeah, I thought he was the best in there. I just didn't want to rush him too much in the first turn, and then once we got the first turn out of the way, I thought I'd let him sail.
And track record for him today. I mean, coming into it, I mean, shorter field. Sometimes, that doesn't lend itself to having the quicker times. Did you expect to see that kind of speed from him today?
Yeah, he is a very fast horse. Sometimes he can get a little grabby. He's kind of hard to drive, but Victor just got him really good right now. He's really calm to drive. He doesn't want to run away with you like he used to, and yeah, it just makes my job a lot easier.
All right, in the other division of this, you're going to be aboard the rail sitter, Jack and Abs. Know anything about him going into it?
No, I don't really know much about him, but I'll talk. And I'm not sure if Greg is here, but I'll talk to his help and get a little info and go from there.
Probably looking for the similar kind of trip with that one, though, right?
Yeah, it's usually the best on the half.
Right, Tyler Borth, everyone, winning driver. How's your arm feeling?
My arm? What was wrong with my arm?
Well, we got T-shirt toss coming up here.
I didn't get it up there, but.
Okay, we're going to do T-shirt toss with Tyler Borth right now.
All right, thank you, Robert. The Can-Am Banker paying $250, $230. Alexander $350 to place. To exact, a $630, $1 try, $7.95. The 20-cent try, $159. Upcoming 5th race on the pace. Scott Ray driving 2. Check with Vivian.
Can I have Ray Johnson, Peter Hebblethwaite, and Kevin Webster come to the 50-50 table, please? We will be having OSS cake after the 6th race.
All right, fourth race rundown. The Cannon Banker, the race winner. Alexander second. Muscle Detector was third. George of the Jungle fourth. And LMC Mr. Squishy was fifth. Upcoming fifth race in about 3 minutes. Noting Scott Ray drives to Check with Vivian. Fifth race Pacers now stepping onto the racetrack. Step for post parade. Number 1, Undercover Hill. Donnie Rankin Jr. training and driving for Joan Rankin. The 2, Check with Vivian, will be catch driven by Scott Ray for owner-trainer Peter Core. Number 3, Halcyon Hanover, owned by Kevin Kerr, Catherine Cochran training, Nick Stewart in the sulky. First time starter, the 4, Bobby Bone Breaker. Owner-trainer Greg McNair. Tyler Borth will handle the lines. Number 5, Officer Cheese. Lauren House had the controls for Kim and Bradley McNiven, along with Bradley Douglas and Thomas Broadhurst. Scott McNiven trains. The 6, Dahlia's Secret Weapon. Owner Kim Carther, trainer Mike Carther, Annie Moore. Number 7, Silver Clay Special. Get Rooney back on board here for owner-trainer Doug Schweitzer. Rounding out the field, a first-time starter, number 8, Scottish Bruiser, is owned by Dan Mead. Rob Doyle trains and drives. Full field of 8 for the 5th race Win Play Show. A exactor try along with Superfecta Wagering, sponsored by McKellar's Flowers and Gifts. Robert Ray Jr. back with us. The Can-Am Banker. Wow. New track record for a 3-year-old gelding trotter. And you know what? He had more in the tank, too.
Oh, he definitely had lots more in the bank. And you know what? I can admit when I got one wrong, Nathan, I kind of sided against Can-Am Banker. I had him pick second. Thought he was too short of a price, but wow, he looked like any price was a bargain on him coming to the wire. He was absolutely tons the best, and like you said, lots left in the tank after setting a track record.
And we knew it was going to be questionable for a lot of horses coming on to this track, and it just didn't work out for LMC Mr. Squishy, but it sure did for the Can-Am Banker. As we turn the page here, Bobby Bonebreaker, your top choice in here, Tyler Borth, on here for Greg McNair. You said about the qualifier. I know I made you talk about in the pregame show about kind of went to the safety lane a bit in that qualifier.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting trip from in the qualifier. He went to the early lead. Now, the line looks like he went to the early lead and then, released a couple of rivals to sit a 3-hole trip, but he actually, it doesn't show it in the line, he actually went to the safety lane. So I don't know if he had a bit of a steering issue on the backside or not, but he went to the safety lane and then re-entered the track third, and then sat there until the stretch drive where he came back on again, 27 and 3 in the end of the mile. So, it kind of looks like a horse. I mean, anyways, in the qualifier, and right now in front of me, look on the smaller side. He's a 2-year-old though, so he's in against older horses, so that's to be expected. But I think he'll like it here at Dresden. And again, he finished up strongly, but obviously, cause for concern, a little greenness when he went to the safety lane.
Yeah, you know what? And it's kind of expect as a 2-year-old. We'll just continue to get more experience with every start, but I mean, you can't go wrong with Tyler Borth teaming up with Greg McNair. Definitely a very strong duo here in Ontario.
Yeah, we could see. I mean, it's possible we might see them double up together, right? Because Tyler's in the next race on Jack and Abs for that barn, and he's got a strong possibility. 3 well-meant horses that might be able to go 3 in a row for Tyler, and I know that'd make the crowd happy. And like I said, they were very excited. A lot of people I was talking to were pumped to see Tyler back here at Dresden today.
Tyler's very popular here, and number 5, Officer Cheese, 0 for 19 in his career, but like we talked about, raced really well in the Mark Austin final, and definitely no shame losing to right about now. Lauren House, familiar with this one, gets back on for the first time since about April in London, 8-5 right now. Not surprised. You got to think he's going to be sitting on a win at some point.
I think so. He's been knocking at the door, right? I mean, we often talk about horses that are camera shy, and maybe they're just kind of ones that might have seconditis or stuff like that. But this horse has been really racing well as of late. I thought raced really well in the Mark Austin Memorial Final and was good in the leg before that when he only got beat half a length of Rise and Grind. So, only beat a nose 4 back as well. So hit the board in 3 of his last 4, and this is a group that he can get to the winner's circle against, right? I mean, he's got a maturity edge on Bobby Bonebreaker. I did have that one on top, but I used both of them in my pick 5. I think Officer Cheese is the logical one to go to if you want to beat that one.
Yeah, and you know what? Kind of took a start for him to get used to this track. The first time he raced here on June 2nd, made a couple bobbles into the first turn, but just the last 2, it's been a lot more smooth, and it's got a lot better feel for the Dresden surface.
Yeah, I think it's a horse that is kind of coming into his own, and again, like has shown he can take a lot of air, which I think is going to be important in this race. A lot of inexperience and horses that are shy in the win column. So you want to have one that can, maybe be versatile out there.
How about the 7 Silver Clay Special is a sibling to Punches in Bunches. Raced really good last week for a first lifetime win, 1 win in 3 career starts. 7-2, not a bad price. Garrett Rooney still looking to get in the winner's circle today. The only reason I really passed on her was just the post.
Yeah, just the post position, right? She was the best bet for me last week. She converted and did so with ease. I was surprised, actually. She paid 6-5 because that start in London, May 22nd, was posted up in the pocket really nicely, was a heavy favorite on that occasion, and then just jumped it off. Kind of looked like she got a little bit tight in the 2-hole, made a break in stride at 50 cents to the dollar, and then obviously came back against easier last time out here. So now your second start back after a bit of a layoff, and she's done nothing real wrong, right, so far in her career, other than that miscue. 2 top 2 finishes and 3 tries. The post was the only thing, Nathan, that kind of I held against her here, and with the right kind of trip, she can be right there at the wire.
Yeah, if she would have had an inside post, I probably would have went with her on top. Definitely not counting her out because I think she was green those first couple starts, and last time she was really good in that victory. So don't count out the 7 Silver Clay Special. Lost the 14-1 on the 3 Halcyon Hanover. Still one that's winless. But I thought this one raced a bit better last time.
Yeah, you've got to also we got to always keep an eye on the inside of the gate and horses that might be able to get forwardly placed, right? We know speed is always good here. We've seen that already be fruitful on today's card. And Halcyon Hanover and Check with Vivian are 2 horses that I think can probably grab early position with inside draws, and they're both sitting at big prices. Halcyon Hanover actually, a little bit surprised that one's at 15-1 right now because, again, third last time to Silver Clay Special, but gets a big post edge over that rival today.
Yeah, I kind of thought we'd see maybe 8-9-1 on Halcyon Hanover. 15-1 right now, starting car in position. We'll catch up with you before the 6th, another grassroots leg. All right, and behind for the 5th race for the McKellar's Flowers and Gifts pace. Undercover Hill, Check with Vivian. Halcyon Hanover, Bobby Bonebreaker, Officer Cheese. Dally Secret Weapon, Silver Clay Special. In the back tier spot, the first time starter, Scottish Bruiser. 5th race, hands of the starter. Here they come. And they're rough and pacing. Check with Vivian, leaving alertly to the inside is Undercover Hill. Halcyon Hanover, Undercover Hill. Using that inside position to cut this one out. Check with Vivian, pocketing up in second, parked in the early going. Officer Cheese, Halcyon Hanover got away 4th. 5th best away for the first time starter, Bobby Bonebreaker. Then Silver Clay Special, Scottish Bruiser, and Dally Secret Weapon. So here comes Officer Cheese, rushing and brushing now for Lauren House, and will take over the lead now as they move past the opening quarter station. Officer Cheese shows the way, 29-4 was that opening panel. Undercover Hill is second, traveling from third. Check with Vivian, another 2 lengths back into 4th is Halcyon Hanover, followed by Bobby Bonebreaker, Silver Clay Special, and your back markers to the inside, Scottish Bruiser and Dally's Secret Weapon can see them all. So showing the way here by a length is Officer Cheese stalking in second. Undercover Hill, Check with Vivian, right lined out of third. Halcyon Hanover looks at it from 4th. Then Bobby Bonebreaker as they move past the half in 101 flat, still the one to take down. Officer Cheese looks comfortable up top, leads them by a length and a half. First up on the outside, Check with Vivian for Ray. Third to the rail, Undercover Hill, now finding cover into 4th as Halcyon Hanover and Bobby Bonebreaker tracks from 5th. 6th best away, Silver Clay Special. Then from 7th is Scottish Bruiser and your gapped off trailers, Dally Secret Weapon. So Officer Cheese trying to dig into the inside as they go by 3/4. In 131-2, Officer Cheese still there pushing the issue. On the outside, continuing his check with Vivian. Then off the back end, here comes Bobby Bone Breaker as they spin for home. Officer Cheese trying to put 2 lengths on with some late pace up on the outside. Bobby Bone Breaker, but Officer Cheese has found another gear that the rest just don't have. For second, Bobby Bone Breaker looked to get there over Undercover Hill. Silver Clay Special might have got fourth. Officer Cheese made it look easy in 2-0, 1-2. Unofficial 5, 4, 1, 8. Holding on for fourth was the 8 Scottish Bruiser. Returning trackside, the 5 Officer Cheese. A juicy 3-1. 3-year-old Brown Gelding by Better Than Cheddar, the mare. Bandalore Hanover to Western Hanover, owned by Kim and Bradley McNiven. All Bradley Douglas and Thomas Broadhurst, Scott McNiven. The winning trainer, Lauren House, on for the winning drive. Officer Cheese scores. And his first lifetime victory, and stops the clock today in 2-0. 1-2, congratulations. Prices are official. Officer Cheese, $860, $290, $250. Bobby Bone Breaker, $250, $230. Undercover Hill, $510 a show. Till Exacta, $1870. $1 try, $59.75. 20-cent try, $11.95. Today's $1 super paying $421.85. 20-cent super, $85.37. And the $1 pick 5 foul to 5 paying $1,156.25. The 20-cent pick 5 paying $231.25. Upcoming 6th race in about 8 minutes. Now the division of the Ontario Sire Stakes, 3-year-old Colt Trotters, Grassroots, purse of $20,000, no changes.
That was the McKellar's Flowers and Gifts pace. We are looking for Sylvia Weaver, Dave Todd, and Bill Bennett. Come to the 50-50 table, please. And the 50-50 will be announced after the 8th race.
Rundown from the 5th, Officer Cheese, the race winner. Second was Bobby Bonebreaker. Third, going to Undercover Hill. Scottish Bruiser was 4th. 5th was Silver Clay Special. 6th, Halcyon Hanover. Check with Vivian 7th. And the 8th place finisher was Dali's Secret Weapon. Terrissire Stakes Grassroots Leg 2 3-year-old colt trotters. Now on the racetrack, number 1, Jack and Abs, Tyler Borth on for owner trainer Greg McNair, along with Brady Doyle, Shady Hill Racing. Number 2, Wheels Ablazing, Tyler Moore up for Arnold Horse Shack, Paul Cameron the conditioner, Poof. Number 3, Tom Smith owns, sharing ownership with Jane Walker. Jane does the training. Royal du Haras is the 4, Luke Goriel for Horias de Letcherie, Inc., trained by Kyle Fellows. Number 5, Badinsky, Todd Ratchford at the lines for Cynthia Graham, along with Mary Ratchford. Mary does the training. Win place, exacta try wagering is available, $20,000 on the line. Robert Reed Jr. back with us, and Officer Cheese finally breaks his maiden.
Yeah, I had that big advantage, right, of getting to the lead, right? That was kind of the key there. Lauren House kept driving that one to the front, and we know that the engine is so good here at Dresden. First-time starter, Bobby Bonebreaker raced well into feet, and he got up for second very last step, and I think we'll see good things from that one coming forward because he was just in a tough spot today and obviously facing older horses, but I thought he was a pretty good second.
A lot to take away from their first start, second place finish, so very good in that effort. As we turn the page, Tyler Borth, talk of the tote board here. Jack and Abs, 90,000 made last year. A win or two back over Woodbine Mohawk Park. Has some early speed. Was second at Flamborough, so does have some half-mile experience. He's just so tough to go against in this spot.
Yeah, I thought that he's obviously the one to beat in here. Last time out, 10-hole, got away 8th off the gate. Didn't have much of a chance in that effort, in a pretty snug non-winners of lifetime condition at Mohawk Park. Before that was a winner, non-winners of 2. Like you said, he was second in a previous leg of the Grassroots, and last year he was an upset winner at the gold level. So Jack and Abs, tough for me to go against. Tyler Borth, aboard and likely going to be looking to go down the road, I would think, from the pole position, and as long as he takes the track, he'll be very tough to catch.
I mean, we're going to have to accept a short price on him, and actually heading back to the paddock right now. Not sure what's going on there, but you know what, Jack and Abs, very tough to go against. Look at the 2 here, Wheels Ablazing. Where'd you end up using this one?
Well, Wheels Ablazing is interesting. Like last time out, could not get to Vimy Ridge Venti in the late stages. As a heavy favorite at Grand River. Had to work from the trailing post in each of his last two starts ago, Nathan. He was unbelievable. He really was. He got away 5th off the gate, came first up, went past them like they were standing still, 58-2, and was under wraps doing so. Didn't seem to have it the following week, but you've got to respect his chances. He's won 5 of his last 7. And has really kind of caught fire for trainer Paul Cameron. Gets along fantastic with Tyler Moore, and I think that he's the logical one underneath. I mean, if he ever sits the right kind of a trip, maybe he can challenge. But I think there's a pretty big class discrepancy between him and Jack and Abs.
Yeah, I mean, beyond Jack and Abs, I think this one definitely stands up there good. Some good efforts of late. Obviously a jump up, but can't take anything away. He's race good and full of confidence right now, and Royal du Haras coming in off of a big win over Kawartha Downs at 56-3 over that 5/8 oval. Obviously a big jump up in class, but that's a pretty good mile.
It is a good mile, and he's won 2 in a row, right? So we talk about you don't want to ignore horses that have won their latest. Well, he's won 2 in a row, and he's the horse that has the victory in their most recent start. No one else has done that. So I think you've got to look at him underneath somewhere. Again, I think he's in pretty tough against Jack and Abs, and I'd even say with Wheels Ablazing, just the way he's been racing as of late and the confidence that he should have, I think he might be tough against that one too. But 2 wins at Kawartha, I think this is tougher, but you can't ignore him underneath.
Yeah, if you're looking for a price, or not even like 4-1 last we've seen, but could be worth a look. And if you're looking for some bigger upsets, Poof, a winner of the Balanced Image last year in Hanover for that half-mile track, so can trot these smaller tracks, and actually made a break in that race in the Balanced Image last year and recovered to win it. So Poof knows how to get the job done, still winless this year, but maybe worth a look.
Yeah, I think he is. I mean, I've always liked this horse, and I was in the infield for that race, the Balanced Image final at Hanover, and he made the miscue behind the gate, and with local interest, I mean, everyone in the grandstand was pretty upset until he made a huge recovery for the victory. So he was a big price in that time around, and then he went on to do good things in the Prospect Series final. So now obviously facing tougher at the grassroots level, but his season's probably better than it looks on paper. I mean, he's had a couple of nice on-the-board finishes. and I think he's definitely not out of his element against this group. So I've always liked the horse, and with the right kind of trip, I think he can finish underneath.
And last one here, Badinsky, 12-1 on the board, but has made some miscues before and won over London in a City of London leg back on May 24th.
A tough post, though, right? Look at the posts he's had as of late. 2 trailing posts, an 8-hole, 7-hole, 6-hole. I mean, those are no joke over the half-mile surfaces of Grand River and Western Fair. 2 back, he was actually caught behind a wall of horse. I thought he had a lot of trot. I liked him last time at Grand River on June 26th. Just didn't have any chance when he got away 9th off the gate in a race that was won on the front end by Forbidden Treasure. So, Batinsky, I think it's just too snug for him today, but I do think he's a horse that is probably sitting on a good effort. I just don't know, what that gets him against this group.
You know what? He just needs to draw one good post some week and to look to build his confidence back up.
Yeah, well, today, I mean, the problem is that he gets to a better post, but it's still the uttermost post in the contest, right? So I think he's one to keep an eye on going forward. I just think today, obviously the bottom end of the try is probably his ceiling.
Any last thoughts before we go behind gate?
I mean, no surprise with the odds board. I think it comes down to Jack and Abs and Wheels of Blazing as long as everyone minds their manners, and I think it's pretty tough to go against a heavy favorite.
I'm on the same page. It's Jack and Abs race to win or lose. Horse is getting called to the gate. This race sponsored by Domino's Pizza of Wallaceburg. OSS Grassroots Leg 2 for 3-year-old Colt Trotters. In behind the gate, Jack and Abs, Wheels Ablaze, and Poof, Royal Duras, and Badinsky on the outside. Top of the stretch, and here they come. Race 6 picks up speed, and they're rough and pacing, and a clean getaway for everyone. Jack and Abs, Royal Duras, gets out well, splitting horses as Wheels ablazing, but Jack and Abs off stride. The one, Jack and Abs, the heavy favorite, gone. Up top, Royal Duras by 4 lengths. Now on for second is Wheels ablazing, and Poof is third, racing out of fourth. Badinsky now regrouping after that miscue was Jack and Abs. So things have changed in a big way. Royal Duras now takes him up that opening quarter station in 30-2. Your pocket sitter is Wheels Ablaze, and Poof looks at it from third, and a traveling fourth as Badinsky. Catching the field is Jack and Abs. So Royal Duras continues to call the shots thus far, sitting second, Wheels Ablazing, and Tyler Moore, and a traveling third is Poof. Badinsky continues to roll with it from fourth, and catching the field is Jack and Abs, and Royal Duras continues to show the way, second best, Wheels Ablazing, first up on the outside, Badinsky, and Poof stays in as they move past the half in 103-3, and Royal Duras continues to look comfortable on a front-end mission. Second best, Wheels Ablazing continues to stalk along. First up on the outside, Badinsky. For Todd Ratchford, Poof looks at it from fourth. Fifth best away is Jack and Abs in pocket pulling here. Wheels Ablazing takes a shot. Royal Duras turns him away though. Royal Duras digging in gamely to the inside. Second, Wheels Ablazing. Badinsky on for third as they move past 3 quarters in 1:33-4, 30-1. And the third panel, Royal Duras still there, pushing the issue, getting a little braver in second. Wheels Ablazing, they spin for home, and Royal Duras still there on the outside. Wheels Ablazing trying to get to him. Royal Duras just too much pony today. Second best, Wheels Ablazing third, going to Badinsky, Jack and Abs for fourth. 202 flat. Back down in front, Royal du Haras is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Royalty for Life. The mare Grace Haras out of Andover Hall. Owned by Haris de la Tree, Blenheim, Quebec. Trained by Kyle Fellows. Luke Gordiel on for the winning drive. Royal du Haras scores in his 3rd victory this season in 5 tries and stops the clock today in 2:02 flat for Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots winner, and that's 3 in a row for this 3-year-old gelding by Royalty for Life. Congratulations, Royal du Haras. Mild upset in today's Grassroots races. All right, we're going to send a trackside here to Robert Reed Jr. The winning driver interview, Ontario Sire Stakes, Royal du Haras.
Robert Reed Jr. trackside with Loic Guriel, who was the winning driver aboard Royal du Haras in race number 6, 2nd division of the OSS Grassroots 3-year-old Trotters. And Loic, first of all, whole complexion of the race changes when the jacket has made stride. At that point, was it just you wanted to chop it out the rest of the way?
Yeah, he's a pretty nice horse. When he's in the front, it's really easy. So when I see Tyler make a break with a great horse like Greg McNair, I say I'm going to stay in the front, and he was very good today. Kyle do an amazing job with him, my sisters too. So congrats to her too.
And this is a horse that, I mean, now has a 4-time winner. You've been aboard for all those victories. He'd won 2 in a row coming into this. Do you have some confidence in him today against a tougher group?
Yeah, he raced very good at Cowerton Down. He beat good horse at Shot Hanover too. So I was pretty confident. He go 56 last trip. Here it's a mile drive. So I'm not very confident when I come here, but I know he's a good horse. So today show.
Absolutely. And I mean, something in the hands, right? I mean, all 4 of his victories you were aboard, and now he's 3 in a row this season.
Yeah, it's his homebred. We have him at home, and it's very nice when you see them grow up. And I think today is a nice win. When you win a grassroots, it's always a nice win, so I'm pretty happy.
You should be proud, Loic. Congratulations.
Draw 2 names out of here. So yeah, we'll just spin it around once there. Okay, that should be good. 2, right? Yeah, please. Oh, jeez. Is it Dan Schweitz?
It looks like, is it Don or Dan Schweitz? Schweitzer, okay. We did okay. Well, I see it now. Perfect. Congratulations. Where do we have them here?
Yeah.
Okay, and this one's Blaine Danchuk. Is that right? Blaine Danchuk. So our 2 winners are Blaine Danchuk and Don Schweitzer.
If they can just go to the OSS.
You can just go to the OSS table located in the grandstand, collect your prize.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and now we have a T-shirt toss. Who wants a T-shirt? If you missed out last time, come on over here, folks. Lois going to throw them out. There you go. We got one more. Oh, a couple more. One more. Big toss coming. There you go. Thanks, Loic.
All right, thank you, Robert Reed Jr. Interview with Laura Goriel takes the Ontario Sire Stakes Leg 2 of the Grassroots. Royal du Haras paying $17.10. $4.40. Wheels ablazing. $4.40 to place to exact the $35.40 $1 try. $133.10 20-cent try. $26.62. The $1 pick 3 paying $33.80. Upcoming 7th race on the pace, no changes.
We have 3 more prizes. Derek Gore, Fred O'Halloran, and Vince Lombardi. Please come to the 50-50 table to collect your prizes.
Here's the rundown. Royal de Huras, the race winner. Second, Wheels Ablaze. In third, Badinsky. And Poof was 5th place, 4th. And Jack and Abs was 4th placed, 5th for being on an extended break. So placing there for Jack and Abs, 4th place, 5th. Upcoming 7th race, about 3 minutes, full field of 8. Note the pick 4 will begin in race 9 instead of the 7th, just for today being there's 12 races. Don't forget, lots going on here next week. It's Legion Day at the races, National Caretaker Appreciation Day, also the Ken Houston Memorial Pace. So lots going on here next Sunday. Legion Day at the races, National Caretaker Day, and the Ken Houston Memorial, all happening this upcoming Sunday at Dresden Raceway, post time 1 p.m. Don't forget, You can find us on Facebook, along with Twitter, to keep in tune with what's going on here at Dresden. Seventh race Pacers on the track. Number 1, Real Wicked, Rob Doyle at the lines from Michelle Sherman, Sean Downey. Mart West Racing Stable along with Dave Simpson, Michelle Training. Scott Ray up on 2, Faithful's Nola for owner trainer Ernest Nucio. DTO Racing owning 3, Dusty Lane Morgan, Cameron McQueen training, Garrett Rooney driving. Jays and Tigers 4, Andy Moore up for owner trainer Diana McIntosh. Sweet Jesus the 5, Todd Ratchford aboard for Stephen Bestard. The trainer is Catherine Cochran. Papiamento the 6, Nick Stewart to the driving for owner trainer Michael Stamp, partners with Janet Larcombe. And the 7, Ryan Klein with Tyler Moore at the controls for Jim Napper, the trainer Kathy Goodrow. Running at the field number 8, Shanghai Kai, Lauren House. Assigned the driving duties for Kim McNiven, Bradley Douglas. Scott McNiven does the training. Full field of 8 here for the 7th, the Subway Dresden Pace. Win, play, show, exactor, try, wagering, and Robert, upset there. The heavy favorite taken down, and obviously, you know what? The track was just too much here today for Jack and Abs.
Yeah, it was. Jack and Abs, I mean, we thought he would take to it. I mean, he looked, okay leaving the gate, but obviously first turn makes that break in stride, and we always talk about it, right, Nathan? Like, you've got young trotters over a surface that might a little bit foreign to them, right? And these half-mile surfaces aren't always the same either. So made that break in stride, but I'll tell you right now, Royal de Hurrah raced fantastic in victory. I mean, obviously the whole complexion changed, but a horse that maybe was flying under the radar there, especially, winning 2 in a row at Kawartha going into that.
It was feeling really good and seems to be trending in the right direction. There was no beating them there. As we turn the page here, there's a look at your top choice. Real Wicked, you got to be loving the 6-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Real Wicked for me as a horse, he's been very good to me over the years. He's a classy veteran, and I've been on him in the right spots. So I looked at a race today that I thought was pretty tricky, all in all, and said, you know what, I'm going to go with a horse that I know can race with versatility. Right, pole position. He's one that can get somewhat forwardly placed off the gate, but he's also one that can take a lot of air. So, Real Wicked for me is a horse that he kind of fits in nicely in this spot. That rail control is going to help his chances, and right now the price is right at 6-1.
And we've seen him beat some tough company before. So Real Wicked, like you said, he's a versatile horse. He can leave, he can come off the pace. So Real Wicked on the rail. Rob Doyle knows his track well. His stable is right on the grounds here, so he's got a good feeling for the surface. And 6-1 continues to hold. And then 6-5 on the 5, Sweet Jesus, my top choice, continues to take more of the action. What's your thoughts on this one? A winner of one of the Mark Austin finals here last season.
Yeah, I think that Sweet Jesus is one that you've got to give a lot of respect to here. Those victories at Western Fair, you're going back 4 and 5 starts, but they were very impressive. Like, I remember she'd always been one that was a high percentage winner and was doing good things, but she moved her way up the class ladder, and I thought she kind of got to a spot that might be a little too snug for her, but she did really good things before then, finishing 3rd to Major League in the preferred ranks at the Raceway in London, and then recent efforts have been pretty solid as well. I thought she actually raced a lot better than the line indicates, 2 back when she was 6th when Todd Ratcher was aboard, because she was kind of stuck behind horses in the late stages. So to me, she's a logical one in here. I figured she'd take a lot of support. She's doing that right now at 6-5. But I did side with Real Wicked, just hoping for value, and we're getting it.
I mean, you look at Sweet Jesus, was a winner below the preferred in London to May, and then moved up to the top class and was 3rd in there. And Todd Ratsford on for all those events, so he knows this mare well. And that's probably why she's taking more of the action right now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the last effort was a good one. She was overland a long way before finishing fourth to Wildcat Delight. I mean, I'd certainly have no hesitation, getting behind that mare against this group. And now you get reunited with Todd, right? And Todd's had a lot of success with her as of late. So, I mean, she makes sense in here, right? And I think she's going to have to go probably a bit of an overland trip, but she's showing she can overcome it.
How about the 3 here? Dusty Lane Morgan, 5-2 on the board right now. First start for the Cameron McQueen barn. You get Garrett Rooney aboard. Claim for 9,000 that latest start. 2 wins this year. I mean, he really hasn't been hitting the board in a ton of those events, but sometimes a change of scenery can trend things in the right direction.
Yeah, you can always get behind Cam McQueen off the claim, right? So, $9,000 last time. You're now moving to an optional $9,500 claimer. And a horse that, I mean, you see a lot of inside draws recently, though, right? You see all those inside posts and never really getting too forwardly placed. That's my big concern with Dusty Lane Thunder, Dusty Lane Morgan, who is a horse that, I think might have an uphill battle against this group today. Now, if he can kind of invent some speed off the switch from post 3, then obviously his stock rises. But we've seen front end's the place to be today, and I'm not too sure anyone's going to win from too far out of it. So if he can go forward off the gate, then watch out. But I was thinking bottom end of the try.
No, definitely. Sitting in a good spot here, first start for this barn. And still 6-1 on Real Wicked. You must be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, I love the price on Real Wicked. I mean, the times that he's won this year, I know one of the 2 times he was around this price, and I thought that he fit in well with the group he faced on that occasion, and I think he's in the same spot today. I mean, he's just 2 for 22 on the season, but he's hit the board 8 times, and he's a horse that, 38 lifetime victories, almost 300,000 made, which the only horse in this race, 2 horses that have come close to that are Papiamento and Ryan Klein, who both draw outside today. So I love the draw, love the spot, and the price is certainly right.
I mean, Papiamento is one that's raced good. Like you said, just the draw.
Yeah, I would have probably had him picked in the top 3 if he didn't have post 6, right? Because he does good things when he gets forwardly placed. I'm just not sure he can do it against this group. There's quite a bit of speed to the inside of him. Jays and Tigers, I think Real Wicked's going to push out, maybe even Faithful's Nola. So I just don't know what the trip makeup looks like for Papiamento.
All right, Robert, we'll catch up with you before the 8th. It's a stacked event for the Subway Dresden Pace. Last call to wager. All right, in behind the 7th race from Dresden Raceway on Canada Day. At the races, Real Wicked, Faithful as Nola, Dusty Lane Morgan, Jays and Tigers, Sweet Jesus, Papiamento, Ryan Klein, and Shanghai Kai. In the back tier spot, here they come. Race 7 picks up speed. And they're often pacing. Real Wicked, splitting horses, Faithful as Nola, and Dusty Lane Morgan now as they move through the first turn. Here comes Dusty Lane Morgan sweeping up now for Garrett Rooney to grab control. Second best, Real Wicked, Sweet Jesus now. Getting issued the parking ticket earlier, looks to drive up for Ratchford. Racing from 4th is Faithful as Nola. Then comes Jays and Tigers ahead of Papiamento, Shanghai Kai. And Ryan Klein and Sweet Jesus now drives up and will reach the pylons now for Todd Ratchford on hold in 2nd, Dusty Lane Morgan. Then comes Real Wicked as they move past the opening quarter, 28-4. Sweet Jesus dictates the terms on the engine here. Dusty Lane Morgan sits 2nd, a traveling 3rd is Real Wicked. Another 2 lengths back into 4th, Faithful as Nola. Then you'll find Jays and Tigers in 5th. Papiamento now gets a peek to the outside for Stewart. Shanghai Kai will pick up the cover, and Ryan Klein trails the field. So Sweet Jesus in the driver's seat thus far, leads him by a length and a half. Now as they move past the half, in 58 seconds flat for Sweet Jesus, Dusty Lane Morgan continues to stalk in 2nd. First up for Papiamento, a 2nd rotope. Into 4th up on the outside is the 8 Shanghai Kai. Then Real Wicked, Faithful as Nola, Jays and Tigers gets underway, and Ryan Klein trails. So they begin to get a little closer here. Sweet Jesus and Papiamento right alongside. Boxed in 3rd is Dusty Lane Morgan and Shanghai Kai. Real Wicked looking for some racing room now as they move past 3/4 in 1:27-4. Sweet Jesus, the winner of the Mark Austin last year, leads him by a length. as they spin for home. Sweet Jesus still there. Dusty Lane Morgan trying to punch on through with some late pace up on the outside. Shanghai Kai, Dusty Lane Morgan finding room, but it's all Sweet Jesus. Shanghai Kai to get second over Dusty Lane Morgan as Sweet Jesus stops the clock in 156 and 3. Once again, the strong pools continue here at Dresden Raceway. We're $4,100 into the tri pool, so thank you to everyone for playing along. Those are some big pools for a smaller track like Dresden. Unofficial 5-8-3-6. Back down in front, Sweet Jesus. She knows her way to the winner's circle here in Dresden. She's a 5-year-old brown mare by Better Than Cheddar from the mare brittle of Yankee Cam, owned by Stephen Bestern of Lucan. Catherine Cochran training Todd Ratchford on for the winning drive. Sweet Jesus stops the clock in 156 and 3 for her fourth in 2024, and she does it easily. Sweet Jesus, and welcome to Dresden, Todd.
Sweet Jesus gets a donated blanket from Reride Tax Store, which is directly behind the grandstand. They are open right now if you want to go check them out. Once again, thanks to Reride for donating the blanket to Sweet Jesus.
Prices are official. Sweet Jesus $360, $320, $250. Shanghai Kai $12.10, $660. Dusty Lane Morgan $3 to show. Two Exacta $110.40. The $1 try $170.30. Today's 20-cent try comes back at $34.06. Upcoming 8th race in about 8 minutes. No changes.
Last call for 50-50. It'll be announced after the 8th race. Can I have Wayne Sage, Evelyn Have, and Jessica Boudreau come to the 50-50 table? After the 8th race, the girls are going to be throwing some swag all around the grandstand, so make sure you're ready for that.
Just 8 minutes away here at Dresden Raceway on Canada Day at the races. So you know what? Perfect weather. And we're just so glad so many people can join us here on Canada Day. And 12 races on top, strong pools all afternoon long. So this is what it's all about. You know what? Family atmosphere at the races. Look along the back of the fence, full of cars. The grandstand is packed, umbrellas everywhere. It doesn't get much better than this. This is as much small town racing as you can get. Here's the rundown from the 7th race. Sweet Cheese Us, the race winner. Shanghai Kai, 2nd. Dustin Lane Morgan, 3rd. 4th place finisher at Papiamento. Real Wicked was 5th. Jays and Tigers, 6th. 7th place, Faithful's Nola. Ryan Klein was 8th. On parade for this afternoon's 8th race, number 1, Layla Blue. It'll be Todd Ratchford at the lines for owner-trainer Doug Good. Number 2 is Scottish Cheddar, owned by Dan Mead. Rob Doyle trains and drives. Lady Speaker, number 3, owned and trained by Jamie Doeg, Andy Morup. And the 4, Doc's Philly Cheese, gets Garrett Rooney in the bike for Britt Kennedy, while with Money Clip Racing, Britt does the training. Number 5, Big Mock for owner-trainer Cameron McQueen, Scott Ray aboard. And number 6, Love My Rocking Bird, owned by Limco Inc. Vic Putty Training, Nick Stewart to do the driving. Field the 6 here for the Gold Coast Fashion Pace Win Play Show. Exact or try wagering is available. Queuing up back here with Robert Reed Jr., Sweet Jesus. Just too good in there.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she got to the lead at the right time, right? And listen, Nathan, you see it today, right? There's definitely a front end speed bias. I mean, you want to be on top early if you can, but definitely on the backside for the final time. And she was she just proved to be too much for them in there, right? She'd been racing really well and got to the right spot. And in my pick, Real Wicked, he kind of got caught in traffic, but really didn't have the pace I expected today.
You know what, Sweet Jesus, it was just the drop and pop in there. And 56-3 was a pretty good mile as we turn the page here to Doc's Philly Cheese and Garrett Rooney. Has he been to the winner's circle yet? I don't think so. But I think there's a very good chance here at Doc's Philly Cheese, one that's beaten the preferred at London before it. And you know what, he can go with this group.
Yeah, when I make the trip to Dresden Raceway, Garrett makes us wait, right? Because last time I was here on Father's Day, I think he didn't win one until the 9th, maybe? And now we're at the 8th today, and I mean, going to be real tough to beat Doc's Philly Cheese. Kind of a similar situation. He was in on that occasion with Punches and Bunches, right? One getting lots of class relief and getting down to the spot where it should be extremely difficult to hold off. And Doc's Philly Cheese, I mean, look at the recent races. I mean, you're racing the preferred at Western Fair, that Bulldog Hanover preferred as well, the on May 31st Camelot Classic night, and last time out a tough group at Grand River and had missed more than 3 weeks going into that, right? So back on that regular rotation is something that I always look for, and the drop in class is kind of icing on the cake for him. Very difficult to beat, but here we go, another short price.
I mean, 5th last time, but only got beat by 3 lengths and still paced his own mile in 153 flat. So Doc's Philly Cheese is too tough to go against. Here's a look at the 6 Love My Rocking Bird, getting 6-1 value right now. Nick Stewart for Vic Putty, one that made over $70,000 this last year, just 15 this year, but he's kind of a classy horse. 9 victories in 2023. I think if the trip works out, he can take a share.
Yeah, I think so. The class of the field, right? 260,000 made, 26 lifetime wins. The draw is obviously a tricky one. Post 6, outermost post in the contest, but it does have some gears off the switch. Don't know if we see them today, but that drop in class is obviously going to serve him well. I've always been fond of this horse, and I've seen him do well as high as the preferred on the B track. So this is definitely a good spot for him, better spot than what he's been facing. It just comes down to trip scenario, right? We know it's been very difficult to close today, so if he ends up with an uphill battle, it might be, the ceiling might be 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, it's a tough post, but class-wise, he stands very well in this race, and 6-1, kind of higher than I thought, but we knew Doc's Philly Cheese was going to take all the mutual support here. And how about the 1, Layla Blue? She's forced to take on the boys. Got the win a few back over London in 56 flat. She's kind of a horse that was a bit camera shy before, but she's been a lot better this year. 4 victories. Todd Ratchford in the winner's circle last race, and you're getting 5-1 right now in this mare.
Yeah, and she was one that was racing, started off the year racing really well at the Raceway, and kind of took a while to get that first victory of the season. But as me and Sugar always would say about her, she was racing too good not to have a win. Now she's got 4 in the season, and she's got 4 starts ago, at the Raceway, and that one there kind of came from off the pace after having the trailing post, got up in the final strides and held off Carson Scuda. Last 3 have been just against tough groups, right? Filly and mares, but that top condition class, I thought Faded Fire raced unreal last time in victory, and this one was kind of first over a long way in that mile, and even before that, My Mother Pearl, Miss Quicksand. I mean, these are all quality mares, so I think it's a decent spot for her. The rail control is the biggest part that I like, and I think she likely tries to hold her position on the inside, and if she does, she can land on the exotics.
And you know what? It's a lot closer ship for her to come to Dresden, and she doesn't stable too far from here. And Grand River is a bit of a hike from where she's stable, so you got to think a closer ship helps her in a way.
Yeah, that's got to help her chances, right? I mean, those long hauls can kind of be, a little bit hard on horses. So when you can race a little closer to home, always a good thing.
And 1-5 right now on Doc's Philly Cheese. Anything else catching your eye in here?
I mean, I would say we've talked about the main players in here. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Scottish Cheddar and even Lady Speaker, but I think they're in pretty deep from post 2 and post 3, both having to face off against male competition and the likes of Doc's Philly Cheese. I mean, Big Mock was one that I was didn't know what to do with, right? Second last time to Lime the Coconut. That one came back to race well today. I just thought this might be a little bit more snug for him. So maybe you can get that one in the bottom end to try at 17-1. But again, I think they're all going to be chasing Doc's Philly Cheese come the wire.
And especially Garrett, a couple options in the opts to the 4. Doc's Philly Cheese. So 8th race getting called behind the gate. Robert Reed Jr. will be back with us after the 8th to go over the pick 4 tickets. And behind the 8th race, the Gold Coast Fashion Pace Field of 6. Great looking event here. Layla Blue, Scottish Cheddars, Lady Speaker, Doc's Philly Cheese, Big Mock, and Love My Rocking Bird. On the outside, Canada Day here at Dresden Raceway. Here they come. And they're off in pacing. Big Mock sprints off the car well. Layla Blue to the inside. Scottish Cheddar as they work to the first turn. To the inside, Layla Blue splitting horses as Scottish Cheddar. And way out wide, Love My Rocking Bird and Big Mock. They all leave in a pair, but rushing up now, Love My Rocking Bird. Nick Stewart to touchdown on the lead. Big Mock sits in second. Layla Blue not content and looks to drive up for Todd Ratchford. Layla Blue takes aim at the pace setter. They're going to play a little hardball as they move past the opening quarter in 28-3. Love My Rocking Bird turning away. Layla Blue, Big Mock will race off the speed in third. Doc's Philly Cheese is fourth. And your back markers are Scottish Cheddar and Lady Speaker trails the field as they come in front of us, matching strides. Here's Love My Rocking Bird, Layla Blue getting the worst of it. Boxed in third, Big Mock, and a second of a toe up into fourth is Doc's Philly Cheese racing from fifth. Scottish Cheddar and Lady Speaker trails the field as they work up to the halfway point. Love My Rocking Bird has got him there in 58-2, pressing on. Second on the outside, Layla Blue, 3 wide on the outside. Is Doc's Philly Cheese and Rooney not wasting any time. Doc's Philly Cheese kicked into high gear. He was fourth. He's third. He's second. He's the newest leader. Doc's Philly Cheese just went by him like they were parked. And Doc's Philly Cheese putting 2 lengths on him here. Love My Rocking Bird. Layla Blue battling on for the place spot. Some late kick up on the outside. Here comes Lady Speaker, 3/4 and 127.3. They picked it up in the third panel, and Doc's Philly Cheese is gone. Doc's Philly Cheese by 6 expanding lengths, and he wants more. They don't call him G-Money for nothing. Garrett Rooney, Doc's Philly Cheese, turn the page. This is well over, folks. Doc's Philly Cheese, Layla Blue is second, Lady Speaker third, fourth goes to Scottish Cheddar. Town the mile, 1:56 flat. Unofficial 4-1-3-2. Returning down in front, Doc's Philly Cheese. As you can tell, I love calling this horse. Number 4, Doc's Philly Cheese. He's a 5-year-old brown horse by Better Than Cheddar. From the mare Flight of an Angel at a Mach 3, owned by Britt Kennedy, along with Money Clip Racing. Britt does the training. Also the caretaking. Garrett Rooney on Footing Drive. Doc's Philly Cheese for his 5th on the season. Folks, season's best of 156 flat. Doc's Philly Cheese gets the job done. Congratulations. All right, we're going to send a trackside. Robert Reed Jr. He's going to catch up with Garrett Rooney, now tied for leading driver here at Dresden.
Robert Reed Jr. here with Garrett Rooney, winning driver aboard Doc's Philly Cheese. Garrett, always dressed for Canada Day, right?
Yes, all the time.
So Doc's Philly Cheese, you got back aboard him last time out for the first time since the end of last year. How was he coming into this one?
Oh, I thought he was pretty good. He's been racing real great all winter, so I was pretty confident in him.
And last time I was here a couple of weeks ago, you made us wait till I think race 9 for your first victory in the card. This time you get it in race 8, but same kind of situation, right? A real classy horse dropping down to face softer.
Yeah, he needed that. He's racing pretty tough all summer or all winter, so just got a little easier spot and he wins. So.
And probably one that you fully expect will be competitive moving up the ladder too.
Oh yeah, definitely. He can do with a lot of the top pacers.
All right, and that will put you now in a tie with Nick Stewart for leading driver. I mean, expecting a battle the rest of the way?
Oh yeah, it'll always be a battle. Nick, he can get one to go as fast as any guy, so it's it's a fun little battle. But he's as good a driver as anyone too.
And you get reunited today with Dark Moves. Drove that one to a big victory about 5 starts ago for him. Any thoughts on what his game plan might be today?
I think it's that we're going to hopefully be forwardly placed.
Okay, so hopefully forwardly placed.
If no one else wants to, there was a lot of guys want the front in the last race. There might be a few more guys in this next race.
All right, there you go. Garrett Rooney, thanks a lot as always, Garrett.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thanks, Robert and Garrett. Doc's Philly Cheese, 230, 210, 230, 210. Layla Blue, 320, 290. Lady Speaker, 450 to show. Till exact at 440. $1 try, 880. 20-cent try, 176. Upcoming 9th race. No changes. Go postword in 5 minutes. Start of a pick 4, guaranteed at $1,000.
Can I have Sharon Stewart, Gord Ritchie, Janet Slack, and Chandra come to the 50-50 table? The winning number for the 50-50 is 202-9883. 202-9883.
8th race rundown, Docs for the Cheese, the race winner. Little Blue 2nd, Lady Speaker 3rd. 4th goes to Scottish Cheddar. 5th was Love My Rocking Bird. And Big Muck was 6th. Alright, race 9 up in 3 minutes time. Start of a pick 4. Get Robert Reed Jr.'s ticket up in just a moment. There's a look. We'll send a trackside to Robert Reed Jr., who's going to go over his pick 4 tickets in just a moment.
Robert Reed Jr. trackside, looking at this pick 4 sequence, nice little sequence to pick 4, $1,000 guaranteed. Races 9 through 12 today, and for me it's a couple of singles to start us off. Race 9, the 2, Money on the Beach. I think this one looks like a slam dunk from the inside, likely going to try to chop it out. We See Speed has been fantastic throughout the day, so tough to catch that one. Single for me, the 4, Journalistic, same kind of idea in race number 10. He's a horse that loves to be on the engine, and he'll likely be blasting off the wings of the gate after a nice victory last week here in Dresden. And then just the 3 and 4 in race 11, that's Dark Moves, reunited with Garrett Rooney in a speedster in his own right. Post 3 and the 4, Paparazzi Hanover, another one that likes the front of the pack as well. So 3 and 4 for me in race number 11. Then we're going to spread out. We haven't spent much money so far in the sequence, so we're going to spread out from there. 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7, and race number 12. That ticket's just a couple of dollars, $2 for a 20-cent bet. We'll see Trey Colbeck's ticket real quick. And there he's going 2 by 2 by 2. So he's got the 1 and 2 here in the opening leg. So he's decided to add the 1 Lily Claire. In race 10, he's added the 1 The Devil You Know. The 2 and 4 in race 11. So he's got Yankee Up, another one with inside speed in there. And then just the 2 to close it out. So he's singling Raising a Rocket off that victory last time. And his ticket is just $1.60 for 20 cents. Good luck on Trey Colbeck's ticket from Harness Racing Update. Post break coming shortly with Nathan Bain.
On parade for the 9th race, Pacers here. The 1, Lily Claire, is owned, trained, and driven by Greg Drew. Number 2, Money on the Beach, beat Tony Hamlin up for Vince Lombardi. Chris Menina, Mike Hamlin trains. Crytel Shadow, the 3, Andy Moore at the controls for owner-trainer Fred Joulard. The 4 is Premier Elsa, Nick Stewart getting the call here for owner-trainer Dave Bain. Number 5 is Gracie T, Rob Doyle in the sulky for owner-trainer Rod Duford. Number 6 on the return, Dirtiest Piglet, gets Scott Ray on for Tom Bain, Tim Campbell, and Dan Lee. Tom does the training. Number 7, Raw Power, Garrett Rooney assigned the driving duties here for Sean Downey. Michelle Sherman, the conditioner. Essex Auto Wreckers Pace, Win Play Show, Exactor Try, start of a pick 4, guaranteed at $1,000. And Robert Doc's Philly Cheese. Wow, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, Nathan, he was just absolutely much the best. And, we talk about this being a speed favoring track, and obviously there's exceptions to the rule. And he got a great trip and a great steer from Garrett Rooney as well, but just was too much for them. And you like seeing that, though, with a horse like him. I mean, obviously going up and facing tougher competition in recent efforts. And now, getting back on that regular rotation, softer group, he should have his confidence back. Can't wait to see what he does next time.
All right, here, race 9, start of a pick 4, up and over that guaranteed pool. $1,200 and growing thus far. There is a look at the 2 Money on the Beach. I know it was a single for you. Just missing the last start and gave right about now a run for his money last time.
He sure did. I mean, right about now, the streaking right about now, we'll call him. He's won 4 in a row, and he was a winner of the Mark Austin Memorial. A very impressive fashion on that occasion as well. Money on the Beach, got to the lead, kind of had to fight to get there, and then had a pretty clear margin into the stretch before getting run down by that rival. But I thought he raced well into feet, and the way the track's playing today, it really, really plays into the hand of Money on the Beach and his racing style. So I think we know the direction he's going off the gate, and I think he'll be real tough to catch. Looks pretty pumped up in the track, just coming by me right now. And again, I think that even Money, we may not see that come post time, Nathan.
And he's the kind of horse that when he makes the front, he's tough to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's some horses swell up on the lead, right? And that's what he's kind of done. I mean, he's been caught his last couple of times on the engine, but today I think that he gets to a spot in a group where it'll be a lot tougher to get past him. So like I said, 3 to 5 right now, fully expecting odds on come post time.
Yeah, I'm on the same page here. And your second choice, number 1, Lily Claire, getting 6 to 1. Last time was her first start in over a month and finished a solid third in 2 minutes to 1 and gets pole position today.
Yeah, it was a long way back, obviously, of Money on the Beach, right? You're more than 5 lengths in arrears to that one, but I thought it was still a decent enough effort to claim the show spot, like you said, and missed almost a month of action. And I've always been a fan of Lily Claire. 3 wins last year to 16 tries, hit the board with frequency this year, 6 on the board finishes, just 1 win, but kind of knocking at the doors of late. And I don't think it comes against this group today, but I think she's one you have to have everywhere underneath. So Lily Claire, again, rail control is going to likely help her chances. She'll probably just try to sit a trip in the pylons and then see what she can get in the stretch.
I don't mind the price here at 5 to 1. And then some value. Look at the 4 Premier Elsa first start for the Dave Bain barn. Was one that was heavily favorited in the Mark Austin last time and very popular in the place pool. I mean, the trip just didn't work out for her that time.
No, it didn't. I mean, and people look at it and say, well, it looks like a 2-hole trip, but it was, I mean, it's tough sometimes, right? You got a horse that chopped it out 3 in a row and won by a wide margin each time, kind of allowed to kind of just pace the way she wants to on the lead, and then she gets put in the pocket. She didn't have much of a choice because Indigo was very intent on having the lead that day with Andy Moore, and this horse I think just kind of got jammed up there, and it just wasn't going to work. She ended up fading back to 5th at 35 cents the dollar with all that place money on her, but she won 3 in a row before that, and I think this is a spot where she can definitely get a big piece of it, and she's got that tactical speed, so she probably gets into a good spot off the gate, and if she does, then look at the bottom end of the exacta and try.
We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, racing against the boys is a bit tougher. And beyond her, I think it really comes down to Dirtiest Piglet and Raw Power. And Raw Power, a winner in his latest, bumps up in class this time.
Yeah, Raw Power is a horse that I've kind of followed closely between the Raceway and Sarnia last time. But that's not where it's a 3,000 life. Finally got that victory, 11th start of his career, but was knocking at the door before that. The post today is just too tough for me, in my opinion. Like, it's going to be difficult for him to get forwardly placed from there. And again, this is kind of a much tougher group now he's got to face. So I think against the likes of Money on the Beach, he's up against it, but maybe he can work his way onto the ticket.
I really feel it's kind of Money on the Beach's race to win or lose.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, we're fully expecting odds on, right? And we're there right now with Money on the Beach, and a horse that second in each of his last 2. And I think you could make the argument that he'd raced too good to lose in both those efforts. Just 2 for 19 of the season, but again, 10 on the board finishes, and this now looks like it should be his turn to get to the winner's circle because he gets to dodge horses that were maybe just a little bit too tough for him in his last 2.
And number 6, Dirtiest Piglet, first start back. The good qualifier, and one that has shown some breaks in the past, but does have speed.
Yeah, I think Dirtiest Piglet's one that you've got two victories, on the card there. Obviously, those were towards the end of last year. You're probably needing a start, right? You'd think. But the qualifier was obviously a decent one. Post 6. I mean, those breaks. I mean, I would assume the top priority is that flat line today.
All right, any last-minute thoughts before I let you go?
I mean, I'm just going to single up on Money on the Beach in the pick 4. The guaranteed pool. Love the new guaranteed pool of $1,000 in that wager, and probably looking to get Premier Elsa and Lily Claire underneath.
All right, Robert. Sounds good as the pick 4 gets underway here. Starter calling in the 9th race, Pacers. This is your last call to wager. All right, 9th race, Pacers. 4 more to go here at Dresden. Essex Auto Records, Pace, Lily Clear, Money on the Beach, Cry Tell Shadow, Premier Elsa, Gracie T, Dirtiest Piglet, and Raw Power. On the outside, the sun continues to shine here in Dresden, Ontario. Race 9 starts now. And they're often pacing Money on the Beach and Premier Elsa into the inside. Lily Claire as they march to the first turn. Money on the Beach to the inside. Lily Claire is going to play a little hardball to Money on the Beach. And Greg Drew says, I want nothing but the engine here. And Lily Claire will show the way. Second best, Money on the Beach. Third away to the inside, Premier Elsa. Then we'll go back to Raw Power ahead of Gracie T, Cry Tell Shadow, and Dirtiest Piglet. Can see them all. So Money on the Beach not content and looks to sweep up now. 29 seconds, just a soft opening panel here. Lily Claire second. Premier Elsa will travel from third. Raw Power looks at it from fourth. And we got to Gracie T, Cry Tell Shadow, and Dirtiest Piglet. Can see them all as they pace in front of us in straight alignment for the first time. Money on the Beach dictates the terms here. Lily Claire second. Money on the Beach showing the way. Lily Claire. Premier Elsa stays in. Raw Power gets underway. Gracie T will look at it from fourth as they move past the half in 59 and 1. Money on the Beach still the one to take down. Lily Claire stays within contention. Raw Power gets underway, looking to pick up the cover. On the outside is Gracie T. Saving ground, fourth to the rail is Premier Elsa. Then Cry Tell Shadow and Dirtiest Piglet can see them also. Money on the Beach continues to show the way. Raw Power inching in on the leader. Lily Claire third. Premier Elsa looking for some racing room now as it moves past 3/4 now. In 1:29 and 2, it's still Money on the Beach. Raw Power on the outside, knifing on through is Premier Elsa from the backfield. Gracie T, throw a blanket over them. They spin for home. Money on the Beach. On the outside is Raw Power. Into the mix is Lily Claire. Premier Elsa to the inside. Money on the Beach still there. Lily Claire finding room at the end. Money on the Beach holds on to win. Lily Claire second. Premier Elsa found room to be third. 2 minutes and 3. For 2,300 played into that pick 4 pool, our strongest pool yet this season. Dresden Raceway has been solid all day, and I remember the days when we didn't see any of these kind of numbers, so it's just incredible all the fan support here. Unofficial 214. Making his way back down in front, Money on the Beach. A 4-year-old brown gelding by Sunshine Beach from Fox Valley Glitz out of Sportsmaster. Owned by Vince Lombardi, along with Chris Menina, Mike Hamlin training. Tony Hamlin on for the winning drive, Money on the Beach, for his third victory in the 2024 campaign. And he stops the clock today in 2 minutes and 3/5, a driving double this afternoon for Tony Hamlin. And a big thanks goes out to Tony and Essex Auto Records. They donated a bag of carrots to the winning connections of every horse today. So Essex Auto Records, one of our sponsors, and we appreciate their support here at Dresden Raceway. They score with Money on the Beach. Congratulations. Prices are official. Money on the Beach, $2.50, $2.50, $2.10. Lily Claire, $3, $2.50. Premier Elsa, $4.40 to show. Till exactive, $5.10. $1 try, $10.35. 20-cent try, $2.07. Upcoming 10th race. No changes. They go postward in 6 minutes.
Did you get some of these OSS ones?
No.
Where's the? So we don't know where is. I think it might be in Cam's office.
Yes, it's on the chair. That's right.
Yep.
Sorry, that was my fault.
I was like, no way.
I'm losing it. Can I have Red Dot Adams, Carol Hall, and Byron Denemy come to the 50-50 table? The winner of the 50-50 was Dorothy Legault, and her total was $819.
Ninth race rundown, Money on the Beach, the race winner. Lily Claire, second. Premier Elsa, third. Raw Power, fourth. Fifth was Gracie T. Crytel Shadow, sixth. Dirty's Piglet, seventh. Here we are, 10th race Pacers, $8,000 claimers on the track. Here's we'll look at the 2 here first. Fine Credit, Nick Stewart up for Heather Letitia Sawyer. Ken Albrecht, Heather does the training. Miramichi David, the 3. It'll be Andy Moore up for owner trainer Daryl Leeming. Number 4, Journalistic, DTO Racing owns Cameron McQueen training Garrett Rooney. Between the Wheels. Number 5, Fear the Dice, owned by Aaron Swanson Brickman. Peter Brickman training Lauren House and the Selkie. The 6 is Generally, owned, trained, and driven by Dwayne Spitzig. Number 7, Distinctive Sean, gets Tony Hamlin aboard for Ken Allward. Vic McMurrin trains. Number 8, Irvine James. There is the 1, The Devil You Know, owned by Beth Doyle, now trained and driven by Rob Doyle. And number 8, Irvine James, Mark Williams, in the bike for owner-trainer Bill Kirkpatrick. Full field of 8, win, play, show, Exactor, Try, and Robert. These pools have been pretty spectacular here for Dresden, over 2,300 in that pick 4 pool. And I think 3 races in a row we were close or above $10,000 in the total pools.
That's awesome, Nathan. I saw that pick 4 pool climbing, and that guarantee on it, right? It's always going to bring the money to it. We've always, had like a decent pool in there, but since adding the guarantee, it's shot up, and that was a real nice pool there. Obviously, starting off with the favorite, so many are likely happy to see that happen in race 9, and we might have another short price winner here in race number 10.
Yeah, you got to think that Journalistic was a single for many, was a runaway winner last time by 5. You get Garrett Rooney teaming back up here with Cameron McQueen, and he looks sharp on post break right now.
Very sharp out there. It looks like he's raring to go, and he's a horse we talked about earlier. Journalistic's a horse that kind of swells up on the engine. I mean, his best work's done on the front end, and you look to the inside today. I mean, obviously no one wants to give up positions on this surface, but he should have, a pretty clear path to the engine, I think, off the gate, and that's why he's taking all kinds of support. And he was dynamite racing up the claim for Cam McQueen. So I think that, Journalistic is the obvious winner in here. He's likely going to be a very short price, but that's why I started off with a pair of singles to start off the pick 4.
And you got to think Garrett's kind of forwardly placed, and he's the kind of horse that needs to be on the front. And I think, by the way, Garrett's been scoring him down. That's kind of the game plan.
Yeah, I think. Obviously, you got to see Journalistic going to the front here. For me, the Devil, pole position, and getting here from Mohawk Park. It was been facing tougher over there in the pop-up series and then an 8-claimer last time. Didn't have much of a chance either from post 8 on that occasion. He's likely going to try to push and maintain his position. I mean, last time he had the rail at Kawartha Downs, he went to the front and was a winner, an easy winner, in fact. So you got to obviously respect him in here. That's why he's 8-5 on the board. But I just think that if Journalistic comes back to his latest, he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, the Devil is intriguing to me. I mean, he did have a win back at the end of Man Kawartha at a cheaper level 8 by 4. That kind of tailed off, just faced much tougher company, but still paced 53-3 over Mohawk. 2 starts back. It's a change of scenery here. It goes in the Rob Doyle barn. And I think Rob is going to have this one going off aggressively off the switch here today, would be my thoughts.
Yeah, I think so, and it always helps too, right? When Rob trains and drives, so he's going to obviously know the horse pretty good since getting him, and I think the game plan's got to be go forward off the gate. Now, some horses too, right? And this, Nathan, just don't, they don't have the speed to go with them at Mohawk Park when they go those bigger miles, those 52, 53 miles for this kind of class, and they just fare a lot better on the shorter track, going the slower time. So I think the Devil, will likely take to the surface here. Again, I just think that he might be up against it if Journalistic goes out there and does what he did last time.
Yeah, I think he'd be the second one to go to Journalistic, but I just feel like Journalistic, I agree with you, is just so tough to go against. And you look at these two beyond that. The next one's 9-1 on the 5, Fear the Dice. And he's a good horse, but you just don't know what Fear the Dice he's going to bring to the table.
Yeah, that's the key with him. I mean, the name of his game too is kind of, early speed, which is going to be tricky because I'll always say it, like, it doesn't really matter, how much speed you have off the gate. If the horse directly beside you is going to be going out guns blazing, it's going to make your life a lot more difficult. And that you're going to see that with Journalistic, right? So last time got beat by a wide margin in a pop-up consolation June 18th. Been off a couple weeks since then, and now gets down to more palatable company here at Dresden. Second start off the claim. I think you've got to use them, but I've got a hard time putting them ahead of the likes of Journalistic and the Devil You Know, because I think they're going to have a big trip advantage over them.
Yeah, I think they're the two to beat. I mean, Fear the Dice, second start for the Brickman Barn. They've had a decent average of 305, but like you said, Journalistic and the Devil You Know, and just look at the board itself. Journalistic 1-2, and I'm not surprised at all. So, any last minute thoughts here, Robert?
I mean, I think that's the lineup, Nathan. We've seen it, right? Speed's been so good today. Even Money on the Beach kind of putting up that invisible shield late to hang on. I think it's tough to go against those two. So your best bet's probably to stick with the two favorites and then look for a price third.
All right, we know Early Speed has held up well. Last call to wager in behind for the 10th. 3 more to go here in Dresden. In behind for the 10th race, the Devil You Know, Fine Credit, Miramichi David, Journalistic, Fear the Dice, Generally, Distinctive Sean, Irvine James in the second tier. Top of the stretch. And they're off and pacing. Journalistic, the Devil You Know, they leave in a pair now. And splitting horses, Fine Credit as they work to the first turn. The Devil You Know and Journalistic is getting away second. Irvine James gets away from third. Racing out of fourth is Fine Credit. Then Miramichi David ahead of Fear the Dice. Generally, Distinctive Sean trails the field, so the Devil You Know in command here for Rob Doyle. Journalistic stalking in second. Irvine James right on the muscle in third. Then comes Fine Credit, and a gapped off fifth is Miramichi David as they move past at opening quarter station in 28-3. Motoring right along here. The Devil You Know, Journalistic is your pocket sitter now traveling third. Irvine James, Fine Credit looks at it from fourth. Staying in fifth, Miramichi David. Fear the Dice gets underway for House. Generally picks up the cover, and your trailer to this point is Distinctive Sean. The Devil You Know still up top doing things well. Journalistic a handful in second. Fine Credit starts up on the outside. Staying in was Irvine James. Fear the Dice picks up the cover. Racing from fifth, Miramichi David halfway home in 59-4. The Devil You Know is large and in charge here. Now second up on the outside, here comes Fine Credit, who looks to match strides. Now with the pace setter, Journalistic is third. On for fourth to the inside is Irvine James. Fear the Dice kicked into it. Then on the outside, fifth. Here comes Generally, saving ground, Miramichi David, Distinctive Sean. So the Devil You Know still showing the way, looking for some room. Is Journalistic and Fine Credit hanging around there. Irvine James for fourth. 3/4 at 1:29-3. The Devil You Know braiding up in second. Journalistic, they spin for home. The Devil You Know, Journalistic looking to pounce up on the outside. Journalistic, the Devil You Know, Journalistic goes right on by to win it. Journalistic does not disappoint. The Devil You Know second. Irvine James third. Fine Credit was fourth. Journalistic in 159 flat. Unofficial 4-1-8-2. Returning down in front, the unofficial winner of race 10 from Dresden, Journalistic. He is a 7-year-old brown gelding by Sports Writer from the Mare Enchanted Beauty out of Western Ideal and by DTO Racing of Chatham. Cameron McQueen training Garrett Rooney. The winning driver now led back down in front by winning caretaker Cecilia. Journalistic scores his 9th victory this season in 159 flat. Journalistic makes it 2 in a row here in Dresden. Congratulations. Prices are official. Journalistic 250, 210, 210. The Delvino 220, 230. Irvine James 470. Two exacta 380. $1 try 24.65. 20-cent try paying $4.93. Upcoming 11th race. Scratching the 6-2-2. They go postward in 6 minutes.
Can I have Jim Roebuck, Gary Bayshard, Brian Millette, and Mac McCann come to the 50-50 table? The girls are going to be throwing some more swag out there, so get prepared.
Tenth race rundown. Journalistic, the race winner. The Delvino second. Irvine James third. Fine Credit fourth. Fear the Dice fifth. Miramichi David sixth. Generally seventh. And Distinctive Sean was eighth. 11th race, Pacers on the track, led by the 1 Beck Jr. Scott Ray will steer for Larry Curry. Doug Curry training. Number 2, Yankee Up, owned by Dennis Spitzig. Dwayne Spitzig trains and drives. Number 3, Dark Moves. It gets Garrett Rooney on this week for owner-trainer Troy Cochran. Andy Moore pilots the 4 Paparazzi Hanover. For Kim Carther, the trainer is Mike Carther. Phone in the 5 gets Nick Stewart up for owner-trainer George Robinson. Running at the field, number 7, Drew the Dragon. It'll be Donnie Rankin Jr. this week for Gary Bickford. Dave Bain train. 6 is out. Scratch down the field of 6 here for the 11th at Dresden. Win, play, show. Exactor try. Start of a late double. $3,800 on the line. Robert Reed Jr. back with us. And journalistic, once he found room, that race was over. But the Delvino, a good effort to be second.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, Nathan, we thought it was a 2-horse race. It came down to that in the end, and just waiting on that room late and coasted right on by. But journalistic certainly looks like he's back at the top of his game and will likely, be making some nice things going forward in that class.
Yeah, he was very good in that race. As we turn the page here, 11 scratch down to a field of 6. You went to the 4 here, Paparazzi Hanover, a commanding winner, 2 back from post 4 at this level, then made the bump up last time in the 9500s. But the thing with those 9500s, you can get horses in that 1500 last 3. In that case, we're Lime and a Coconut one, so just landing in a much softer spot here.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about Paparazzi Hanover is those 41 wins, almost 500,000 made lifetime, and he's had a resurgence as of late, right? You'd love to see that with a horse like him. Last year, 8 for 36, and then this year, didn't get off to the best start this season, but now he's 2 for 16 with 6 on the board finishes, and I thought he raced really well last time. I mean, he was third against obviously a tougher group. Lime de Coconut was the winner. He came back to race well today. He took support to favoritism in that race, which I was a little bit surprised with, but pole position was probably the main reason for that. And now getting back to a much more palatable group and post 4. I mean, there is speed to the inside of him. That's the big concern, isn't it? I mean, you got a lot of speed right to his left, but he's pretty quick off the gate himself.
And Dark Moves, I think it's going to make this one interesting. I mean, there's just a lot of early speed in this race, and you look back to that win on May 28th at London where he just swallowed right up on the front, wire to wire, a winner by 7, and he's another horse that's very tough to beat on the front. And I think this race, it's going to be interesting to see who gets the top spot.
It is going to be interesting because you've got a horse on the inside like Beck Jr. who can push out of there enough just to kind of hold his position. Then you've got 3 right beside him that all have kind of that snap speed off the gate, Yankee Up, Dark Moves, and Paparazzi Hanover. And the quickest horse out of those 3, is probably Dark Moves. I mean, those victories on the engine, especially those ones in London, were remarkable, right? And that's what he does. I mean, he swells up on the engine, like you mentioned, Nathan, and then he just kind of gets so much confidence that no one can get near him. So I don't know if he can get away from these today like that, but if he does get the lead, likely he'll be tough to get past.
Yeah, those 2 will be battling out early. Number 5, phone in, 6-1 right now. Decent enough third place finisher, a winner, 3 back. He'll have his work cut out a bit more here.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's just so tough when you're a horse that you do your best work on the lead or near it, and then you get horses that draw right to your inside that have all kinds of gate speed. I just don't know what the trip looks like. He's not one that I think can come out on top if he has to rough it on the outside. And I think that's going to be his only trip scenarios where he can kind of get a big piece of it, is he might have to just get away wherever he gets away and then, make a move to the outside and go an overland trip. So for me, that puts him on the bottom end of the exotics at best.
Yeah, he'll have to hope to pick up some pieces late. And then even at Drew the Dragon, another one coming off a win, does help a little bit with the scratch of 6, but a lot of early speed to the inside makes it tougher, like we talked about.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, right, for him now. I loved him last time, pole position, was able to front end it this time out. I mean, with the speed to his inside, I mean, the only real trip scenario that I think is in his future against this group is to likely grab leather off the gate and just see what he can get. And, I mean, he can certainly work his way onto the ticket. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he's got the gears to do so, but this is a tougher group, and the post is obviously the big challenge.
I think with a lot of these is the best case scenario is that there's some hot fractions up front. and then they can kind of pick up some pieces late.
And there could be. I mean, listen, like we said, there's 3 horses that, I mean, they do their best work on the lead, right? And they've all drawn well. Yankee Up, Dark Moves, Paparazzi, Hanover. I think all 3 of them are going to be stacked up to the first turn. It's just a matter of how they kind of settle out. You know, if Dark Moves can get to the lead, does he let Paparazzi Hanover come around, or maybe the game plan for Paparazzi Hanover is just to kind of sit off them and move at them in the middle stages, right? But either way, I'd be shocked if we don't see Dark Moves, you know, getting to the lead in the early stages.
And I think the prices are kind of what we thought: 3 to 5 on the 4 Paparazzi Hanover, 8 to 5 on the 3 Dark Moves, and the next phone in at 6 to 1.
Yeah, I think everything's kind of shaking out the way we expected. I mean, Paparazzi Hanover, recent form, drop in class, deserves that favoritism, but Dark Moves should not be far behind. I mean, that the last time out didn't have much of a chance. That's not the name of his game, right? Now, obviously, the vet scratch sick kind of makes it a little bit concerning, but if he's good to go, I mean, he'll be, you know, blazing out of there and will not be easy to catch. So I think that, you know, again, the odds board has kind of shaken out the way that you'd expect. And I mean, Yankee Up is one too that can sit a good trip. 12 to 1's a big price on him, but again, I think he's tough to see as a win candidate.
Any last minute thoughts here?
I mean, like I said, for me, I might switch to Dark Moves just as the better value, right? You're getting double the price right now on. I
mean, Garrett Rooney, a winner at last race.
Yeah, and he seemed pretty confident in the post-race interview and asked him about Dark Moves. I mean, it seemed like, you know, he's going to be going forward off the gate, and he knows this way this horse races well. And last time he was aboard, drove him to victory. So maybe he's the value.
All right, thanks, Robert. We'll catch up with you before the 12th. Still 2 more to go here for the 11th race. Start of a late double. In behind from the 11th from Dresden, Beck Jr., Yankee Up, Dark Moves, Paparazzi Hanover, Phone In. On the outside, Drew the Dragon. 2 more to go here. Thanks for sticking around. We know it's been a long day, but the weather's been picture perfect. Off stride, the 3 Dark Moves. So Paparazzi Hanover is going to charge out alertly now. Paparazzi Hanover leaving sharply to the inside. Here comes Yankee Up, then Beck Jr. Phone In, and Drew the Dragon is 5th, and trailing after the early miscue was Dark Move. So Paparazzi Hanover, it's his race to win or lose now. Paparazzi Hanover in front by 3. Yankee Up is 2nd. Beck Jr. travels from 3rd away, and 4th is Phone In. Drew the Dragon will look at it from 5th. Then Dark Moves the trailer now as they work up to that opening quarter station in 29-1. Paparazzi Hanover on a tear by 4 for Annie Moore. Yankee Up tries to close the gap in 2nd. A traveling 3rd is Beck Jr. Then out of 4th off the speed is Phone In. Drew the Dragon continues to roll with it from 5th. And way out of this one is Dark Move. So Paparazzi Hanover, the ball is in his court now, and he leads him by 3. Yankee Up is 2nd. Beck Jr. 3rd. Phone In tracks from 4th. Drew the Dragon 5th now as they cruise up to the halfway point in 59-4, 30-3 in the second quarter. And Paparazzi Hanover by 2 open lengths. Yankee Up tries to close the gap in 2nd. Beck Jr.'s 3rd. Phone In starting first up on the outside. Drew the Dragon will look to pick up the cover in your trailer. Is Dark Move, so letting it out a notch. Here's Paparazzi Hanover by 3. Phone In now comes on for the place spot. Fading between is Yankee Up. Drew the Dragon with some late pace up on the outside as they move past 3 quarters in 130 flat. And Paparazzi Hanover on the lead. Phone In is bravening up in 2nd. Drew the Dragon now takes the show spot as they spin for home. And Paparazzi Hanover has company. Company's name on the outside. Here comes Phone In. Paparazzi Hanover, Phone In, battling out. Phone In will get there. Phone In wins it. Paparazzi Hanover 2nd. Drew the Dragon 3rd. 4th goes to Yankee Up. Time of the mile, 1:59-4. Unofficial 5-7-2. Make that 5-4-7-2. Returning down in front, the winner of the 11, number 5, Phone In. He's a 10-year-old chestnut gelding by Vintage Master from the mare Smart Dialing out of Abercrombie. Owned and trained by George Robinson of Windsor. Nick Stewart on for the winning drive. Phone In his second victory this season in the season's best of 159-4. Winning caretaker Eddie Durbridge. Phone In gets there. Congratulations. Phone In pays $17.40, 380, 310. Paparazzi Hanover 250, 220. Drew the Dragon Ford Century Show. Exactor 36.20. $1 try, $90.85. The 20-cent try, $18.17. Upcoming 12th race. There are no changes. They go postward 8 minutes. '11th race rundown. Phone In the race winner. Paparazzi Hanover second. Drew the Dragon third. Yankee up fourth. Beck Jr. fifth. Dark Moves was sixth. and the 6th horse was scratched. Upcoming 12th race, about 4 minutes, full field of 8. Be sure to get your wagers in early for the Mario's Pizza Plus pace. Don't forget, live racing is back this upcoming Sunday. Legion Day at the races, Caretaker Appreciation Day, and the Ken Houston Memorial. So it's going to be another jam-packed day of racing this upcoming Sunday, post time 1 p.m. Stepping out for the 12th and final. Fillies and Mares, $8,000 claimers. Logo 1 mile for a purse of $1,300, sponsored by Mario's Pizza Plus. Number 1, See the Delight, is owned, trained, and driven by Donnie Rankin Jr. Number 2, Raised in a Rocket, Rob Doyle trains and drives for Dan Mead. Shea Sealster, the 3, will not race on Lasix, owned and driven by Todd Ratchford, trained by Mary Ratchford. Sweetest Hustle 4 gets the services of Scott Ray for Daryl Curry, trainer Doug Curry. Rose Run Vigilante 5, piloted by Tony Hamlin for owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. And the 6, Play Like Carrera, looking to make it 2 in a row over Dresden, Andy Moore. It's on the driving duties for owner Darian Ham, conditioners Bill Ham. Number 7, Something Royal, gets Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Cameron McQueen, partners with Paige Van Deel Peepers. Rounding out the field, number 8, Halmax Sabrina, Nick Stewart to do the driving for owner-trainer Daryl Vleeming. Full field of 8, Win Place Show, Exactor Tri Superfecta wagering is available. Well, we made it to 12, Robert, and how about that 11th race not going any way possible that we thought it would?
Yeah, it was. You know what? It was impressive that Fonan was able to get there, right? I mean, obviously, Dark Moves breaks off the gate, and at that point, Paparazzi Hanover gets everything his own way. I think it's race over, but Fonan with a nice score from off the pace, did a lot of work to get up alongside that rival, and he earned every bit of that victory.
Yeah, you know what? When Dark Moves kind of run there, I kind of figured it was going to be an interesting race, and then it looked like a walk in the park for Paparazzi Hanover, but just a fantastic effort from Fonan.
Yeah, it was. It was a real nice one. And you know what? I think that kind of, Nathan, gives us a little more hope for our top choice here, right? Play Like Carrera, because that's the kind of trip that she's likely going to go today, right? Our top choice here, 2-1 on the board right now. She won from off the pace last time. I think she'll probably get activated sooner than the mile this time out, but I'm expecting a trip similar to what Fonan just went.
Obviously, post 6 not ideal, but like you mentioned, off the pace last time, so post 6, not as much as a concern, and she's just raced a lot better as of late. I mean, in her last 5 starts, she's had 3 victories. The barn's been racing good this year. She's feeding off that confidence right now, and Andy Moore knows the mare pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 for, like you said, 3 for her last 5. Second to Blossom on the Beach, third to Blossom on the Beach. That one's not in here. So you have to look at it and say, you know what, as long as the trip scenario is reasonable, she's got a big chance in here, and if she does, I mean, she's going to rack up another victory and go 4 for her last 6.
And I think the price is reasonable right now. Your second choice here, number 2, Raised in a Rocket, winner last time. And you know what? That was a great off-the-pace score for her. That was her second victory of the season. Jumps up in class today, but she's just such a classy mare.
She is. And just 2 for 22 this season, right? But she's 13 on the board finishes. She's one of my favorite, mares around this level. The races on the B tracks, and she's a horse that is versatile too. She can get forwardly placed. She can come from off the pace. She showed that last time, and she gets a better post to work from. So I think she'll be closer this time out. And again, it was tough for me to separate the two of them. I just thought the victory last time by Play Like Carrera was remarkable, where she won from. And now Raising the Rocket does step back up to open claiming company after racing condition types last time.
I mean, Raising a Rocket, too. She's just as classy as you get. So, yeah, I agree she should take a big share here. Now as the favorite status goes on to the 3, Shea Sealster will get removed off of Lasix here for Team Ratchford. Just wasn't herself that last time over Grand River, but it was a pretty speedy mile, but a couple third-place efforts before that, and she takes a big dip in class.
As she does. I mean, so it's always tough for me to kind of, when I look at the condition claiming ranks to now an open 8, I mean, I think it's more of a lateral move than many people think. I mean, it might be a slight dip down, but that's a condition claiming race for 20,000. This is open claiming mare. She's got to face against a lot of horses that have a lot of lifetime wins and a lot of earnings made. So I'm a fan of her, though. I mean, I liked her at the Raceway in London several occasions, and I've been on her at Grand River as well. Last time just didn't work out with the trip. Before that, she was in decent third to All Smoke and Mirrors. So I think she can be right there with these. She's taking support on the board. I mean, I think a bit of an underlay, but one that can be right there.
All right, post 7, Something Royal, 6-1. 8 wins on the year, and she was on a really hot win streak. Has tailed off in her last couple, but I mean, we've seen Garrett Rooney and Cameron McQueen team up with Journalistic earlier.
Yeah, I mean, you can never ignore these connections, right? The problem for me was the post, right? Post 7. What's the trip look like? She does good things when she gets forwardly placed. It's going to be very difficult for that to happen. That's why she's 7-1. I mean, if she draws inside against this group, she's probably one of the favorites. But I think with her post, it's just going to have to be get away where you get away and see what you can get, which is pretty wild when you think she was just 80 cents to the dollar last time out in the same level in Sarnia.
And she's really taking a liking to those bigger surfaces tracks, so a bit tighter here in Dresden. But, I mean, if there was any chance that the trip works out, I think she could get the job done.
Yep.
But it's just, like you said, a tougher post.
Yeah, definitely. Post is I like the score down from the 1 seed, the Delight. This is a horse that I always like to use underneath, because especially when she gets a good post to work from, and there's no better post in the pole position here. So love it when she flashed early speed. I think based on the score down, we're going to see that tonight. Over 23 on the season, but 8 on the board finishes.
And Donnie Rankin on the rail is green light.
Always, yeah. And one you have to have.
She's won from the rail before, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's one that she can be a sleeper in here. I mean, 8-1's a big number on her.
I think Donnie's going to have her firing all cylinders. Okay, Robert, you know what? It's been a pleasure having you with us today. Handle's been strong. Huge crowd on hand. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, no worries. Thank you. Listen, I love the atmosphere here at Dresden Raceway. Had so much fun the 2 times I've been here this season. Glad it was a successful day, and thanks to everyone for coming out today.
All right, thank you, Robert Reed Jr. 2 visits here to Dresden, and one of the best in the business here. So last call for the 12th race, the Mario's Pizza Plus. This is your last call to wager here on Canada Day at Dresden. In behind, 12th and final, See the Delight, Raise in a Rocket, Shea Sealster, Sweetest Hustle. Rose Run Vigilant, Play Like Carrera, Something Royal, and How Max Sabrina in the back tier spot. One more time, thanks for sticking around, best fans in the business. Starting car picks up speed, and there they go. They're off and pacing. See the Delight, Raising a Rocket, Leaving a Pair, Shea Sealster, and See the Delight wants nothing but the engine here. Raise in a Rocket finds a seat in second, getting away third, Shea Sealster. Plugged up into it fourth is How Max Sabrina. Then we go back to Sweetest Hustle, Rose Run Vigilant, Play Like Carrera, and your early trailer is Something Royal. So See the Delight up top shows the way. Raising a Rocket racing from second to tracking third. Shea Sealster another 5 lengths back into fourth is How Max Sabrina as they work past that opening quarter in 29-2, courtesy of the pace setter. See the Delight right there in second, all over the Rankin helmet. Raising a Rocket continuing to roll with it from third. Is Shea Sealster gapped off fourth? Is How Max Sabrina staying in? Sweetest Hustle, Rose Run Vigilant, tip to the outside, picking up the cover, Play Like Carrera, and Something Royal. Can see them also in front of us for the first time, dictating the terms. See the Delight leads it by a length, Raising a Rocket second. Third to the inside is Shea Sealster, halfway home in a minute and 3. The one to take down, See the Delight, Raise in a Rocket is pocket pulling, and Robbie Doyle's got the pedal to the metal here. Raise in a Rocket up on the outside. She puts a full length in front now, and See the Delight is second. Shea Sealster is third, up for fourth. On the outside, Rose Run Vigilant, Play Like Carrera with a lot of work to do, and Raising a Rocket has blown this one wide open now. Raising a Rocket, Shea Sealster third up on the outside for Rashford, 3/4 in 1:30 flat. Raising a Rocket, she is a definition of classiness. She turns him home first. Raise in a Rocket on for second. Shea Sealster with some late kick is Something Royal on the outside. Raising a Rocket has got this one wrapped up. Shea Sealster second, Rose Run Vigilant third. See the Delight rounds out the super. Raise in a Rocket, 2 in a row, 1:59 flat. Unofficial 2, 3, 5, 1. Returning down in front, Raise. And a Rocket. She's a 10-year-old brown mare. But I'm at a Rocket from All-American Orchid, Cam Luck, Dan Mead owning. Rob Doyle training and driving. Stops the clock today in 159 flat. Raise. And a Rocket was good to go today for her third victory on the season. Congratulations. Rob Doyle coming off his first driving triple this past Saturday at Hiawatha Horse Park, so great times continue to roll here for Rob Doyle. Raising the Rocket caps off a fantastic 12-race card at Dresden Raceway. Today's mutual handle, $103,696. So today's mutual handle over $103,000. Incredible. Thank you, fans. Raising a Rocket, $410, $320, $220. Shea Sealster, $4. Rose and Original, $8. Two exacta, $16.20. $1 try, $98.50. 20-cent try, $19.70. $1 super completed at $328.90. Today's 20-cent super, $65.78. Today's daily double, $53.40. $1 pick 4, 4 to 4, $44.25. 20-cent pick 4, paying $8.85. That wraps up racing action on Canada Day at Dresden Raceway. We'll see you next Sunday for Caretaker Appreciation Day, also Legion Day at the races, the Ken Houston Memorial. Next Sunday at Dresden, once again, incredible. Over $100,000 in handle. As long as I've been coming to Dresden Raceway, that's the best I've seen. So thank you for your support. Take care and enjoy the rest of this holiday Monday.